Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between and everybody outside, welcome to week 2 of me forgetting to unmute my microphone on the recording side of things. I'm going to try that again real quick. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between and everybody outside, welcome to week 2 of the Draco Cup, the Pokeaim Community VGC Cup. I, as usual, am your host, Ben, aka Hylian, and I am joined by my co-commentator, Talonmaster Jay.
What's going on, Highland? What's going on, community? It is time for some incredible week 2 action. And after what we saw last week, Highland, I am so fired up to see what changes this week.
I am also incredibly fired up. We've got a lot of great games and replays to show this time around. So I hope you guys are looking forward to all of it because we've got a lot of stuff planned. I'm not going to waste any more time because we do actually have our first contestants all ready to go. So I am going to go ahead and just start segueing straight into our first match of Blackstad versus Hyperlink. We go ahead and ask them for a room code. Both of these players are also, as I am being told in real time, are playing a win and in. Basically, one and done. Winner moves on, losers out. So this is not going to be a best of 3. This is just straight cutthroat. Very interesting.
Very interesting indeed, Highland. And because this is pool number 8, we should congratulate the one player currently who is moving on, and that is Diet Tide, winning 2 of their 3 matches in pool 8.
Oh, no, it is a best of 3 still. Okay, I'm slightly mistaken.
Yeah, so it's essentially best of
winner of best of 3 moves on a bracket. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, so Diet Tide has won 2 of their 3 sets in pool number 8. So that means Diet Tide is in, but whoever wins Hyperlink and Blackstad, they will join Diet Tide in the bracket.
I am doing well, Silver. I hope you're doing well as good. Or, well, good as well. God, I could just not talk today. It's one of those days.
It's a Saturday afternoon, and while we are getting set up for this match, Highland, I want to point out some of our trainer scenes. First up, let's look at Blackstad. They are running that Charizard and Toxapex team that really tore up the ladder in the last month and a half. And also, look at that Annihilate. It's close combat, Phantom Force, Rock Tomb, and Protect. So there is no Rage Fist on this Annihilate.
I am both intrigued by the lack of Rage Fist, but also understanding because of the Rage Fist nerf, which, for those unaware, Rage Fist was changed in Champions to where it no longer keeps the buffs to its base power after Annihilate leaves the field. It will reset back to 50 if Annihilate ever switches out, which makes it a much more committal move, and frankly, it's a change that I am very supportive of. But it is very interesting that we are starting to see Annihilate sets that are not relying on Rage Fist. It's no longer the immediate, obvious staple move it once was.
No, it is not. And I also want to point out on Blackstad's team, their Venusaur is holding that Life Orb held item. And with Charizard being the only Mega Evolution on Blackstad's team, if Charizard Mega Evolves, it activates the Drought ability, which in turn activates Venusaur's Chlorophyll. And this Charizard also has Helping Hand as a tech move to really power up Venusaur's attacks.
It most certainly does, and it looks like both contestants are getting ready. Replays are going. Here we go.
And
I am very curious to see how Blackstad's going to react to this, because Hyper, in terms of overall team comp, seems to have the advantage here. However, Blackstad can absolutely pick up a few unexpected plays here, especially with that Hisuian Avalugg. If it can dodge some fighting type moves, that's going to be very tricky for Hyper to play around with this team comp.
I agree with that, and I apologize that I was saying Hyper's team was Blackstead. So Hyper was the team we were just talking about. Blackstead does have that Hisuian Avalugg, and it's holding the wide lens too, Highland. That's going to help out with Rock Slide and Mountain Gale's accuracy drops.
It most certainly will. Hisuian Avalugg is a very underrated Pokemon. A lot of people will immediately write it off just because it is quad weak to one of the most common move types in the game. But in the right hands, it can absolutely shine and play well.
Well, now we're going to get into game one of this best of three. Incineroar and Charizard versus Kangaskhan and Farigiraf. Incineroar's Intimidate coming out, but because of Kangaskhan's scrappy ability, Intimidate does not work. Also, now Kangaskhan does have a Fake Out on par, while this Farigiraf can potentially get a Trick Room up.
That is correct. Both sides are going to have to think very carefully about this. A Fake Out from Incineroar seems very likely here, but almost as likely is a Fake Out from Kangaskhan. It's going to be very tricky to see how this happens, especially with Farigiraf on deck with Armor Trail. You're going to have to play around that. There's a lot of strategy here. We're going to see an immediate Mega Evolution from Charizard, though.
And that Mega Charizard Y will activate the Drought ability. So now that Harsh Sunlight will be on the field for 5 turns. But let's see. Okay, Kangaskhan is also going to Mega Evolve as well. That turns Scrappy into Parental Bond.
It's a very interesting play here. We are going to see that Parental Bond Fake Out being used against Incineroar to deny it an opportunity to attack. But Charizard's going to respond with a Weather Ball.
And this will do big damage into the Kangaskhan. Incineroar, though, flinches and can't move. That allows Farigiraf to set up the Trick Room. Now, the real question here is going to be what this Kangaskhan speed stat is. It is a Brave Nature, though, Highland, so there is the potential for it to be slower than this Incineroar, but I'm not 100% sure it will be on this turn.
That is truly the question right now, because if it is slower, there is not really much reason for Kangaskhan to be afraid. But the question is Blackstad going to be aware of that, or does he want to play it safe? Is he going to switch Kangaskhan out into something else? And frankly, I'm not sure what the correct switch-in would be here, unless it's something like Chandelure.
It might be Chandelure because with that Flash Fire ability, Chandelure will be immune to any of Charizard's attacks, with the only attacking moves being Heat Wave and Weather Ball. But Farigiraf is going to go first with this Thunderbolt. Does big super effective damage into this Mega Charizard Y. And Incineroar was slower than this Mega Kangaskhan, which allows the parting shot to come out, lower the attack and special attack of Mega Kangaskhan. But more importantly, Kangaskhan, it has that lowered attack, and Incineroar gets to switch out. What is going to come in? It is the Toxapex.
This is a very solid play by Hyper's side of the field. You can see Hammer Arm lowering Kangaskhan's seats twice as well, though, which is going to be very huge for Trick Room plays, because as we know, lower speed is better right now. However, that lowered attack stat from the parting shot, it will no longer matter because Kangaskhan's dead, but it would have been a very viable decision to just switch Kangaskhan out, was going to be my point.
I think you were right there, Highland. Kangaskhan knocked out there from the Heat Wave, but Farigiraf wisely dodges that 90% accurate move in the sun, which I think plays into Blackstad's strategy here, as there is now a Chandelure on the field that is a complete negation of this Mega Charizard Y.
That is correct. Hyper cannot reliably use Charizard Y anymore. He is most likely going to switch. The question is, into what? The most obvious answer would be something like Garchomp, but even that could be a double-edged sword here.
It would be interesting if if Incineroar does come in, or Garchomp for that Mega Charizard Y that you just called out, Highland. But this Toxapex does have access to Wide Guard, and if Wide Guard comes out, that'll negate this Chandelure, but we are going to see Hisuian Decidueye come out for the Farigiraf, and in comes the Incineroar once again.
We're going to see Intimidate proccing on both sides, except for, of course, not working on Decidueye due to Scrappy. Chandelure does not really care about Intimidate drop, but it will care about that Toxic. It is officially on a timer.
Yes, you're right. That Toxapex getting that Toxic. So Chandelure going for the Shadow Ball into the Charizard, but instead it goes into the Incineroar. Not very effective damage. Toxapex gets to recover a little more with its leftovers, but that Toxic Poison guaranteed to hit on Chandelure breaks the Focus Sash that it was holding.
That is going to be a very important play. No Focus Sash here means Chandelure is effectively on borrowed time. It's just going to take a couple of solid hits from Incineroar to get this thing off the field. And frankly, at that point, he's going to have to rely entirely on Farigiraf and Decidueye.
We're going to see the Chandelure switch out here for the Farigiraf, trying to call the Incineroar into that slot. But Toxapex will go for the Infestation into this Hisuian Decidueye and lock it in. But Decidueye is slower, gets to go for the attack. The close combat into Incineroar does enough to pick up the knockout.
That is a very, very unconscious cat.
And the Life Orb recoil affects this Hisuian Decidueye, but also that Infestation doing damage. And because Toxapex is still on the field, the Decidueye cannot switch out and reset that Infestation. Charizard can potentially come out here, and it looks like that is what Hyper is going to do, bring out this Charizard. Now, this is also the last turn of the Trick Room, Highland. So after this turn, Charizard would be the fastest Pokemon on the field again.
That is correct. However, this is also the last turn of Harsh Sunlight. So if Hyper wants to for Charizard to keep that advantage with those Fire-type Weather Balls, he is going to have to switch Charizard out next turn.
You're right. If Charizard doesn't switch out, that Harsh Sunlight won't be back. But as long as that Chandelure is still in the back for Blackstad, Chandelure completely negates this Charizard with Flash Fire for Heat Wave. And after the Harsh Sunlight expires, Weather Ball goes from a Fire type move into a normal type. As Farigiraf is going to protect on this turn. And Charizard protecting as well. A very interesting position on Charizard, but the Infestation was trying to go into this Farigiraf to bound both of them as Decidueye goes for the Brave Bird into Charizard, who protects itself.
Oh, that was a very solid play from Hyper's part, as being able to trap Farigiraf in here would effectively mean that Blackstab would be very limited as to his plays. Farigiraf being trapped in, as well as Decidueye being trapped in, means that Chandelure would not be able to come back out against Charizard.
And Charizard is going to switch out here and reveal the fourth and final Pokemon for a Hyper is the Annihilate. Decidueye, though, is going to protect itself on this turn as Toxapex goes for that Infestation and will trap Farigiraf on the field. And Farigiraf gets to potentially get another Trick Room up here, which it is going to do. Highland, these dimensions have been really twisted in this game one.
They most certainly have. However, now both Pokemon on Blackstad's team are trapped. Chandelure cannot come out. This is a free opportunity for Hyper to switch back into Charizard and just start wreaking havoc.
You are correct on bringing in that Charizard, but I am also curious now. As long as Toxapex is on the field, Decidueye and Farigiraf will take that Infestation damage. We are going to see Baneful Bunker come out to protect Toxapex on this turn, and Annihilate is going to follow suit with that protect, trying to avoid a Psychic Noise from Farigiraf into Annihilate. That would have been big, alongside this Brave Bird into Annihilate. The double target there, very impressive from Blackstad, not even going after the Toxapex.
It is incredibly impressive. I'm also very surprised that this Annihilate is staying in, seeing as there is not much that this Annihilate has to hit either of these Pokemon. Phantom Force cannot hit Farigiraf due to its partial normal typing. And while it does have fighting type moves in order to hit both sides, that's not going to do a whole lot to Hisuian Decidueye, and neither is a Rock Tomb.
You're absolutely right on that. With the Rock Tomb and the close combat and the Phantom Force on Annihilate, I am curious though, would Hyper want to sacrifice their Charizard in this position, as I also believe that after this turn, the Decidueye is going to be free from infestation. So the only residual damage Decidueye will be taking on this turn would be from that Life Orb.
That is correct. The question is, how committed is Hyper to making this Hisuian Decidueye die to chip damage? Because that seems to be his overall game plan here. And as we all know, Toxapex excels at just making your Pokemon kill themselves.
That is true, and with the Chandelure being badly poisoned in the back, Chandelure is effectively on a timer from the moment it switches back in this game number 1. That was a big play by Hyper early on that Chandelure, and it looks like our trainers are thinking long and hard about what they want to do on this turn to get this Decidueye to maybe go for damage into Annihilate or try to start getting damage into Toxapex and lower the chances of its survivability.
This is a very important turn indeed. You only have 3 turns of Trick Room left before you have to refresh it. And the amount of opportunities that Blackstat is going to have to do that are shrinking every moment.
Annihilate is going to switch out and bring back in Charizard for Hyper on this turn. The Harsh Sunlight will be reactivated, and Toxapex gets to poison this Farigiraf, guaranteed with that poison typing plus toxic. So Farigiraf badly poisoned and infested, but the Psychic Noise goes into Toxapex, bringing it under 50% of its max HP. Where did this Decidueye target? It's a close combat into Toxapex.
Very, very nice play on Blackstat's part, especially since Toxapex cannot heal from the Black Sludge this turn due to that Psychic Noise. So this is a Leftovers. This is a very solid play from Blackstat here. This Toxapex is most likely going to go down this turn, and that will put Blackstat in a very advantageous position.
You are absolutely right, because if the Toxapex switches out here, that will also negate the infestation on both Decidueye and Farigiraf. So Farigiraf would only be afflicted by that bad poison status, and one more of those would bring Farigiraf under half health, bring it into the yellow, and that would actually proc the Citrus Berry. But Toxapex is going to go for the Baneful Bunker, protect itself on this turn, and Charizard following suit, so no damage coming out on Hyper's side as the Psychic Noise went into Toxapex, and Decidueye tried to go for Brave Bird into Charizard.
We could see very clearly that Blackstat wants this Toxapex dead, and frankly, I can't blame him. The good news is that Farigiraf is at enough health to where he should get at the very least one more round of Trick Room active before Farigiraf dies to a combination of Toxic and Infestation. Of course, that's assuming that Farigiraf isn't targeted for any additional damage by Charizard.
And it's also important to note, this is the last turn of Trick Room once again for Blackstat. So after this turn, Charizard will be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and Annihilate will be the fastest Pokemon on the field in the back. Hyper keeping that Annihilate around for that Chandelure matchup, as long as the Toxapex took that massive damage from the Psychic Noise and Brave Bird combination from the Hisuian Decidueye. That is big for Hyper in the defensive battle right now.
It's a very smart play. It only is going to take 1 or possibly 2 Phantom Forces to put Chandelure down. However, at the current threshold it has, plus toxic damage, it should only be 1. You no longer have to worry about Sash. The Toxic on Decidueye is a very solid play here as well, really forcing Decidueye to just sort of become its own antithesis to its own existence, effectively. But Toxapex going down here is also huge. Infestation is no longer around to plague the team.
And here comes that Brave Bird into the Charizard on this last turn of Trick Room. The Life Orb powering up that Brave Bird. Charizard down for the count. And Decidueye, though, will fall with it. The recoil from that Brave Bird. We are in a 2v1 situation, but this Farigiraf is slowly getting whittled away with that bad poison. And this Annihilate, Highland, it has that Phantom Force move. The Chandelure is potentially susceptible to a Phantom Force.
This is a very interesting situation because despite being a 1v2, Annihilate can very easily kill both Pokemon here. 1 Phantom Force is likely all it's going to take for Chandelure to go down, and 1 close combat is all it's going to take to get rid of Farigiraf. The question is, can Annihilate live enough Psychic Noises to pull this off?
here comes that Phantom Force from the Annihilate, vanishing instantly. As Chandelure tried to go for the Shadow Ball, Annihilate is going to avoid the attack, and Chandelure and Farigiraf are taking huge damage from that poison chip. And now Phantom Force can go into this Chandelure super effective, and Chandelure cannot protect because Phantom Force breaks the protection.
That is correct, and furthermore, both Pokemon, Chandelure specifically, will absolutely go down to a combination of Phantom Force and Toxic damage, assuming Phantom Force doesn't do it in. And Farigiraf, as we just saw, will die to Toxic this turn. This is game.
And that Chandelure knocked out. Annihilate's Phantom Force will take down this Chandelure. But let's see, Farigiraf tries to go for the Psychic Noise. How much damage is this going to do? Big damage, but Annihilate will survive the turn. Prevents itself from healing, but as the harsh sunlight fades, this Farigiraf, the Toxic, it's too much. Farigiraf down for the count, and Hyper is one game away from advancing in the Draco Cup.
That is correct. It is on to game 2. Will we see any substitutions? I am kind of hoping we see that Hisuian Avalugg. Spent a lot of time hyping it up. I would be very disappointed if it doesn't enter the field, but not my decision to make.
So when we watch that battle back, Highland, again, Blackstead played that Trick Room mode as effectively as they could against Hyper's team. Hyper putting that offense on early and often, but getting that Trick Room up was huge. But Kangaskhan Mega Evolving and not being able to do anything in that battle because it wasn't slow enough. And Incineroar getting that parting shot off into the Mega Kangaskhan, lowering its attack power by 1 stage. And then you go for the Hammer Arm into a Toxapex, which resists that move. It wasn't doing anything there.
Most certainly was not. Kangaskhan is going to be a very interesting mon to see here, because while Fake Out Chip and double move hitting, especially with something like Hammer Arm, to further lower your speed for Trick Room, is really good, we did also witness the drawback, and that is that Kangaskhan needs time to get the ball rolling. It's not going to be able to just start swinging hard right out of the gate.
You're absolutely correct there, Highland. This Kangaskhan, you might want to even risk going for that Hammer Arm early and get that Trick Room mode up. Maybe just let Incineroar take the damage and take that damage back from Charizard if you want to get that Trick Room mode up. But let's get into this game number 2. We are going to see the Kangaskhan, but you called it, Highland. There is the Hisuian Avalugg, and out comes Charizard and Annihilate.
Oh, I love to see this. Now, Hisuian Avalugg, as we know, is a defensive monster. This Pokemon has a base defense stat of over, like, close to 200, if not slightly over. And frankly, the only thing that keeps it from being the walls that end all walls is its typing and it being very weak on the special side. But in Trick Room, and with the right strategy, this thing is a monster, especially with moves such as Mountain Gale, which is its signature move, and which also has a chance to flinch.
Well, we're going to see Charizard switch out here and bring in Incineroar. This is going to lower the power of Avalugg's attack by 1 stage, but Kangaskhan will not have its Intimidate, or its attack drop, thanks to that Scrappy ability. And Annihilate is going to protect itself on this turn. But where did this Kangaskhan target? It was a Fake Out into the Annihilate switch. So Avalugg gets to go for the Rock Slide into this Incineroar that just switched in. It's not going to do as much, but Incineroar brought with a little bit of HP damage. Super effective, but Incineroar now has Fake Out on tap if there's no Farigiraf in the back.
That is correct. Not immediately Mega Evolving with Kangaskhan was a interesting decision, but I think it was the correct one here.
I think it was, as we are going to see Avalugg switch out, and it's going to be Chandelure actually coming out for Blackstead as the Kangaskhanite is going to activate, bringing out Mega Kangaskhan. The baby has grown up for the mother.
That is correct. We are going to see a Fake Out from Incineroar here, but he targeted the Avalugg, so Chandelure just does not care. Annihilate going in for that close combat is enough to just completely get rid of Mega Kangaskhan. Annihilate is a goddamn monster.
What a one-hit knockout there for the Annihilate. Kangaskhan can't even do anything in this battle. It immediately is knocked out. Hyper knocking out one of Blackstad's biggest threats as Decidueye comes in. And now this Annihilate is in a very interesting position because it's -1 on its defense and special defense. You would have to switch it out here or risk going for a protect. So Incineroar can go for something like a Flare Blitz or a Throat Chop into the Chandelure Decidueye. But with the Decidueye having that Life Orb, it's going to do big damage into Incineroar if it targets there.
That is correct. One close combat is probably all it takes to knock Incineroar out from this range. So going for the Phantom Force here with Annihilate is a very nice strategy. We're also going to see Incineroar going for Parting Shot in order to lower Decidueye's attack, which is something he absolutely needs to do in order to survive later on, assuming Decidueye doesn't switch out.
And we're going to see Toxapex come in for this Incineroar as close combat. Once again, a fighting type move going into the poison type, resisting the attack. And Decidueye takes a stage of its defense and special defense with that Life Orb recoil as Toxapex gets to recover just a little bit with those leftovers. But now we have to wonder, where is this Annihilate targeting? Did it target the Chandelure? Did it target the Hisuian Decidueye? If it targets the Decidueye, no, it's going to be the Chandelure, bringing it down to its Focus Sash.
That was a very good play from Hyper. Chandelure being stuck on 1 HP is not advantageous for it, but it is going to be able to get quite a bit of chip in, including a Shadow Ball, which brings Annihilate down to its own sash.
A sash for a sash, but here comes the double up. The Brave Bird into Annihilate, picks up the knockout. Annihilate is down. A fighting type completely removed for a Hyper, and now Hisuian Avalugg in a very interesting position in this endgame. But we have to see where this Toxapex targets, and it is going to be Infestation into Chandelure. The Infestation resisted hit, but it does enough to pick up the knockout into Chandelure.
This is a very interesting position now, because Avalugg can come back in here for free, and Hyper does not have that much of a response. Incineroar can put in pressure, as can Charizard. Neither one of them is going to be able to knock out Avalugg from full, and Avalugg has Rock Slide to deal with both of them.
You are correct that it does have Rock Slide, but the Toxapex on Hyper's side, Highland, it has Wide Guard. So Rock Slide would never be able to hit Charizard as long as Toxapex is on the field.
That is correct. The question here is going to be, can Blackstad get Toxapex off the field in one way or another? That is going to be his win condition here.
Well, here comes the close combat. Picks up the knockout into Incineroar with the attack and special attack dropped on the Decidueye. Another stage of defense and special defense are dropped on Decidueye and the Life Orb recoil. Meanwhile, Toxapex goes for the Infestation into Decidueye, bringing it down and trapping it on the field in the face of a Charizard coming in with that potential for Heat Wave, which is super effective.
This is a very interesting position because, quite honestly, Charizard is actually not the problem on the field at the moment. The big problem here is Toxapex. In order for Blackstad to bring this game home, that Toxapex needs to go away. The question is, how is he going to be able to pull that off? Toxapex, of course, has Baneful Bunker and has a lot of ways to stay alive.
Well, we are going to see Charizard Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard Y and get that Drought ability activated, as Decidueye will protect itself from any damage on this turn outside of that Infestation. But Charizard going for the Weather Ball in the sun. How much will this do? What a knockout immediately into Avalugg. The mountain has been felled.
The mountain may be resistant to punching, but it is sure as hell not resistant to fire.
Might actually be the game for Hyper there. Losing or getting the knockout into that Avalugg. You don't have to worry about the Rock Slide potential on Avalugg anymore. Here comes that Weather Ball from the Charizard into Decidueye. Super effective. Gets the knockout, and congratulations to Hyper they are going to win this set 2-1, and that advances them to the bracket.
Very well played from both sides, but Hyper completely dominated that game too.
Absolutely hyper dominated that game too. And it was great to see the Hisuian Avalok come for Blackstad in game number 2. But once Blackstad lost their Kangaskhan to that close combat from Annihilate, which I thought Kangaskhan might have had a defensive profile to survive that close combat from Annihilate on Hyperlink's side of the field, even with the fact that the Annihilate was a jolly natured Highland. So to see the Kangaskhan be knocked out immediately, never getting an opportunity to do any damage in that game, it kind of put Blackstad behind the 8-ball early in game number 2.
That is correct, but as we get ready for the next fight, which is going to be Lug against Pidgey, as I'm waiting for verification checks to be done, let's go over both teams real quick since I've got a moment. We, of course, have Lug running, if I can bring the scene over. We see Lug is running what appears to be a Raichu Y team. Running, of course, the standard Zap Cannon Focus Blast Fake Out Protect set for Raichu. He's built his entire team to revolve around this thing. He's got Pixelate, Hyper Voice, Sylveon in the back for consistent pressure. He has T-Tar as well for pressure on the physical side. Corviknight bringing an offensive moveset is also very interesting here. It is not normally an offensive Mon, especially Mirror Armor. It normally tends to run pressure. Garchomp is, of course, a standard set, and Sinstra is here just to more or less support the team and keep it alive. Meanwhile, Pidgey is also bringing a Mega Raichu team. He is running Mega Raichu Y himself with the exact same set, it looks like. However, you can see the team comp here is actually wildly different. We instead have a Maushold, a Kommo-o, and an Espathra as the primary support things here, especially Maushold with that Technician Population Bomb, not even running Friend Guard here. And of course, Incineroar and Primarina are also not slouches either. This is going to be very interesting. We quite literally have two different game plans. Which rat is going to be the Rat King?
Well, I mean, we had to find out with a little bit of pizza, don't you think?
I suppose so.
But I mean, looking at these two team sheets again, Highland, like I want to point out with Pidgey's team, the Espathra having access to Calm Mind and Baton Pass with the speed boost. We have all played against Espathra in single battles, and Espathra has been an absolute tear, especially in Generation 9 when it had access to Terastallization. But with no Terastallization, it really can't get anything out of that Lumina Crash unless it really wants to, which helps out with Primarina being all special attacking, but it also helps out that Kommo-o should Kommo get a Clangorous Soul up.
It most certainly does. Kommo being soundproof in order to completely invalidate Hyper Voice from Sylveon is also very advantageous for it, especially in this matchup. It does mean that Kommo is actually potentially a viable counter Sylveon here. Sylveon doesn't have any way to hit it outside of Quick Attack. It will be very interesting to see here because, as we've established here, Kommo's only way to hit Sylveon back is Aura Sphere, but being able to stay in and potentially keep those Clangorous Soul boosts is actually very beneficial for Pidgey. Espathra, one of my personal favorite Pokemon from Gen 9, also being here is very interesting. It is, of course, running that Cobra Berry, which is pretty standard for an Espathra set. This really could go either way. If I had to more or less give a verdict here off of just team comps, I think it really comes down to how long the game goes. because I think Lug has the advantage if this game gets dragged out. Lug has a lot more bulky or defensive plays at his disposal compared to Pidgey. Pidgey has more or less gone for a bulky offense route. He can't afford to drag the game out. Lug can.
Yeah, you're definitely right on how Luke's team can adapt to the 6 Pokemon that Pidgeys has on their team sheet. And I do also want to point out that even though there is the Tyranitar on Luke's side of the field, this is a Focus Sash variant Tyranitar, something that you don't honestly see in Regulation MB right now. You normally see Tyranitars running the Tyranitar to help out with any weather matchups, whether it be the Alolan Ninetales or the Mega Charizard Ys or the Pelipper's running around, or even Torkoals when you see the rare instance of a Torkoal. So to have the sand only be out there when Tyranitar is on the field is big, because it will activate the sand stream and give Tyranitar a 50% boost to its special defense. But at the same time, Highland, that's not going to be enough when there's a Raichu with Focus Blast and a Kama-O with Aura Sphere, both of those being extremely effective moves into the Godzilla Pokemon.
That is correct. T-Tar being Sash here does mean that it can potentially counter Raichu. But, of course, Sash is very easy to break, especially in doubles. So, is it going to be able to necessarily pull that strat off? Who knows? It is very interesting to see Sash T-Tar. It is not something you normally see in current metagame. I would not be surprised if the only reason it is Sash is specifically to counter Focus Blast Raichu Y. The question is it going to be able to live and not go down to a double target?
Yeah, I'm definitely curious about that, but what I'm also curious about is when we look again, that Maushold with Population Bomb and the Wide Lens, that guarantees that Maushold will hit its Population Bombs a lot. And with that Technician, Population Bomb is going to be doing more than we expect.
That is correct. We should not underestimate the mice. Unfortunately, Loaded Dice is not in the game yet. And frankly, if it was, it almost assuredly would be running that over a Wide Lens. However, Population Bomb should still not be underestimated here. Being able to hit up to potentially 10 times, have every single hit be Technician boosted, and stab means that this thing is going to be able to clock a lot of damage, and even against something that resists it like Corviknight. Frankly, the only viable thing that does not care about Maushold is Sinistra, and the only reason for that is because of Sinistra's ghost typing.
That is true. And honestly, while we are getting set up for this matchup,
why am I getting a phone call?
Why are we getting a phone? We're getting a phone call. We're in the middle of a broadcast here. We out of film. We out of recording. Well, honestly, the only thing that I can say about these matchups here, and again, we do know that there are the Mega Raichu Ys, and they are essentially the exact same team that runs that Zap Cannon, Focus Blast, Fake Out, and Protect. Lug might have a little bit of an advantage here in that situation because the Maushold is weak to the Focus Blast from Raichu, and also because of Friend Guard not being there, it will be taking the brunt of that Focus Blast. But what's also important to note is that, Highland made a good point. Sylveon cannot touch that Kama-O outside of Quick Attack, which, again, is extremely effective into the Kama-O. And meanwhile, Kama-O also can't touch the Sylveon without using a move like Aura Sphere, which is not very effective. So that trade-off could be absolutely massive for Lug against Pidgeys, but that might also come into play with a spot there. You get a Lumina Crash potentially into the Sylveon, and maybe Aura Sphere could be doing enough damage to pick up the knockout, especially if Kama-O were to get a Clangorous Soul up and get that +1 Omni Boost at the cost of 33% of its max HP.
That is correct. Frankly, if a spot thrower can get enough time to set up properly, there is not much Luke can do about it at all. His only long-term option is Tyranitar, and frankly, the only reason that works is because this Espathra does not have any coverage for a Dark type. Outside of that, there is not much of anything on Luke's team that is going to deal with a +2 Lumina Crash from an Espathra that is set up. There is really nothing that can take that. Even Corviknight will die to one or two of them.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Luke's team once again. That Corviknight does have access to Tailwind, which will help out Raichu in the matchup for the speed tiers, especially if Espathra gets one Calm Mind up, gets that speed boost, and then immediately baton passes into Pidgey's own Raichu. And when you factor that in, you factor trying to go for something like a Zap Cannon into that Raichu, and Raichu can't be paralyzed anymore.
That is correct. Frankly, the funny option here would be if this Espathra gets speed boost set up and then baton passes into the Mousehold. Will that be the play here? Absolutely not. It makes no sense to do. But it would be funny.
I mean, it definitely would be interesting on that side of the field. And I'm also curious if we do see Garchomp come to this matchup. Even though the Primarina does threaten it with Moonblast and Draining Kiss, and the combo does potentially threaten it with that Clanging Scales, I venture to say that if Mousehold tries to go for a Population Bomb into something like that Raichu for Luke here, what if Garchomp switches in? Population Bomb does make contact, and that would trigger Garchomp's Rough Skin. So suddenly that Population Bomb, yes, it's going to be doing more damage because of the Technician ability, Highland, but it's going to be taking a lot of recoil and might even knock itself out.
That is correct, and I was actually about to bring that up. Frankly, Garchomp being an option for Luke at all might dissuade Pidgey from bringing Mousehold to this set, period. For that reason you said alone, Garchomp literally being here with the Rough Skin might be enough to discourage Mousehold entirely. It might still be brought simply for follow me fodder, but I frankly would not be surprised at all if this Mousehold shows up and exists simply just to redirect hits.
I agree with that, especially the fact that I'm looking at the natures, the stat alignments on both our trainers. In the case of Luke, all of his Pokemon, with the exception of Raichu, are either adamant or modest. The Raichu is timid, but meanwhile, on Pidgey's side, we have almost everything is timid or jolly, with the exception of Incineroar being adamant and Primarina being modest.
That is correct. I am receiving word that we are ready to go ahead and get this underway. So, stalled enough. Let's go ahead and see what happens here, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, if we needed to vamp anymore, I'm sure you know how to play the piano, right?
I know how to play guitar.
Because if you could have played the piano, I would have broken to some. So you remember those guys from Family Guy? I don't even. What was it, like Johnny something? And
yeah.
the barbershop guys, where it's just like, yeah. We're coming.
Yeah, come on, give me a C.
Over there. Commercial. Damn, play me off, Johnny.
Oh god. No, my guitar is actually still sitting in my closet. It is not tuned at all, so it would probably sound horrible. But
I'm surprised you still have your guitar. I don't even know what happened to mine.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to play to save my life anymore. It's super rusty. I have not touched that thing in close to 10 years.
I'm probably, if we were trainer classifications in the game, Highline, I think it's safe to say we are not rockers. We are not guitarists.
Well, it's an acoustic anyway. It would definitely not be a rocker.
Yeah, and we are also getting information on this matchup, Highland. So Luke is already qualified for this for the bracket stage of the Draco Cup, and if they win, they're playing for potentially a bye right now. Meanwhile, Pidgeys, they have to win this match in order to make the bracket.
Very, very interesting. Knowing that, frankly, the only thing at stake here is a bye on Luke's side means that Luke might end up playing a little bit loosely here. But also, I know what Luke's capable of, and frankly, I'm not sure if Luke is capable of playing loosely. We'll see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens. This is game number 1 between Luke and Pidgeys. Let's get into game 1. Pidgeys is going to lead with the Raichu and Espathra, and on Luke's side, it's Sylveon and Garchomp.
This is a very interesting position indeed. Raichu could potentially go for turn 1 fake out here on the Sylveon, but also, if I was in Pidgey's position, I would get Raichu off the field immediately. One Earthquake is all it's going to take from this Garchomp to knock you out.
That is true. The Garchomp is threatening this Raichu with Earthquake, and if you were to lose your Raichu immediately, but we're actually just going to see the fake out go into the Garchomp instead, and the Espathra gets that first Calm Mind boost up, powering its special attack and special defense by 1 stage, and it'll get the speed boost after this turn. Garchomp flinches and can't move, but Sylveon goes for Yawn into the Espathra. Espathra is now on a timer.
That is a very smart play from Sylveon, as something I'm not entirely sure. It is possible the Yawn status might get baton passed. Pidgey might have to hard switch Espathra here in order to purge that.
Honestly, if Yawn does get passed with baton pass, that would actually be a really massive play for Luke to have that information in their back pocket. But we are going to see Garchomp switch out first and bring in the Raichu on Luke's side. And Raichu is going to protect on Pidgey. And let's see, does that Espathra go for another Calm Mind? Or no, it's just a baton
Going
pass.
straight to baton pass. Now, Raichu's already on the field, which means the next best option here is likely Primarina or Kameo, which could potentially save you a Klinger or Soul use. But we are going to see Primarina come in instead.
And Sylveon just goes for the Yawn anyway, knowing that Espathra had to switch out on that turn. This Primarina comes in with that +1 to its special attack, special defense, and speed, but it is drowsy. It will fall asleep at the end of this turn unless it switches out.
That is correct, and that is also my affirmation of no, drowsiness does not get passed by baton pass, so very solid play from Luke here to just correctly predict the baton pass and double into using Yawn, just making very sure that whatever Pidgey brings in is not going to be able to start sweeping.
We're going to see Pidgey switch out Raichu and bring the Espathra back in. But Raichu is going to go for fake out into the Primarina, so Primarina flinches and can't move. And Sylveon gets to go for this Hyper Voice over half on this Espathra, but Primarina has forced to sleep, and now it will not be able to attack on this turn. Raichu in a perfect position to Mega Evolve and maybe go for a Zapkin into that Primarina.
Most assuredly can. Also remember that due to how Speed Boost operates, this Espathra does not have a Speed Boost up currently. Not to mention, Fairy Feather, Pixelate, Hyper Voice from that Sylveon is doing so much damage that, frankly, Raichu can just immediately Zapcan in this Primarina, knock it out, and Espathra will die to the next Hyper Voice.
Well, we're going to see Espathra switch out here and bring the Raichu back out for Pidgeys as the Raichu-eyed Y is going to activate on Luke's side. Mega Raichu Y coming out, and now the no guard ability activated. Where is this Raichu going to target? It's a Focus Blast, but it went into Primarina. Not very effective with that Calm Mind boost up as Primarina forced to sleep on this turn. Hyper Voice comes out. Huge damage into Primarina and Raichu, but Primarina gets a snack on a Citrus Berry. There is a chance, though, it can wake up on this turn.
That is correct. Now, Raichu could go for a fake out here against Luke's Raichu. However, if it does that, it is most assuredly guaranteeing it will die to Hyper Voice. There is not a correct play here for Pidgey. He has to choose how he wants to perish.
Let's see as Raichu goes for the fake out into Sylveon. As Raichu goes for the Focus Blast into the opposing Raichu. It's neutral damage, but it does enough. The mouse is down, and Primarina stays asleep for a second consecutive turn.
That is unfortunate, but frankly, there is not anything Pidgey could have done in that situation to keep that Raichu alive. We are going to see Incineroar get the attack drop here, which does literally nothing, as both of Luke's Pokemon are special attackers, and of course, Raichu is no longer able to click Fake Out at all. Primarina is guaranteed to wake up this turn if it can stay alive, though.
We're going to see Raichu protect itself, trying to call Incineroar to fake out into that slot, but no! Sylveon once again is faked out. Primarina wakes up, goes for the Moonblast into the Sylveon with that +1 boost. Sylveon is brought low, but the Sylveon flinched and it can't move on this turn.
That was a very solid play from Pidgey's side. There is still the matter of one Hyper Voice from Sylveon is going to do a lot of damage, even to Incineroar. It might not necessarily do enough to bring either one of these two down, as Primarina is very bulky on the special side of things, as is Incineroar. But this is not damage Pidgey wants to take, which also explains why Primarina is going for Protect right now.
And the Focus Blast from the Mega Raichu Y goes into the Incineroar, bringing it low, almost into the red, but here comes that Hyper Voice from the Sylveon, and it's going to go into this Incineroar. Does it do enough? It does! Incineroar is knocked out! The cat has been covered, the pin is in, and now it is just this Espathra and Primarina left for Pidgey.
This is a very interesting situation, as frankly, it is entirely possible that if Primarina goes down, Pidgey's has already lost. If Luke has that Tyranitar in the back, he has guaranteed one. Espathra can't hit it.
That is true. Espathra cannot touch this Tyranitar. That's actually a good point you brought up, Highland. We have not seen Luke's fourth Pokemon in this game number 1, but we are going to see Espathra protect itself, and Primarina tried for the double protect. It is going to fail, which allows this Zap Cannon to come out from Raichu, and even though that Calm Mind boost was up, Primarina is knocked out.
Luke has completely dominated this entire game. He has not lost a single Mon. It does not matter about Espathra here. Espathra, of course, yep, that was a completely understandable forfeit, because if Luke did in fact have that T-Tar in the back, it did not matter how many times Espathra got set up, it couldn't hit it.
That is true, and what a performance by Luke in that game number 1. The way that he positioned around Pidgey's Pokemon, getting that Focus Blast into the Raichu, switching in to get damage on there, get that Hyper Voice out, knock out Incineroar early, even though Sylveon got hit with back-to-back fake outs there, Highland. Sylveon really couldn't do anything in that game number 1.
That is correct. I'm going to be very curious to see how Luke chooses, or rather how Pidgey chooses to play this time around. We could see some very reasonable substitutions here. Homo might make an appearance here. It's also possible for Mousehole to show up, because with enough redirection on Pidgey's side of the field, he might be able to get a Baton Pass sweep set up properly.
I think you're right, as we are going to get set for this game number 2. If Luke wins, they win their bracket or their pool at 3-0, but Pidgey's needs to win to force a game 3. Let's get into game number 2. Primarina and Raichu for Pidgey's, and Corviknight and Garchomp for Luke.
So already we see that Corviknight coming in is a very interesting position here. We, of course, have Raichu on Pidgey's side of the field, who does have access to that Fake Out, and could very well just Fake Out Garchomp again to prevent an Earthquake setup. But also, if Raichu chooses to Mega Evolve and go for a Snowcard Zap Cannon right now, that's a lot of pressure on Corviknight. It is not necessarily the correct play here, as one Earthquake from Garchomp is all it's going to take for this thing to go down. Also, Tenki PK, thank you so much for that raid of 18 people. Welcome, everybody, to week 2 of the Draco Cup, the Pokeaim Community VGC Cup. We've got a lot of live matches and replays to go over, so I hope you will stick around. We are currently in the middle of a massive game between Luke and Pidgey.
Gonna see Raichu Mega Evolve, goes for the Zap Cannon into Corviknight. That's just a one-hit knockout into the Corviknight. Does no damage. Corviknight can't do anything in this battle, as Garchomp just goes for Stomping Tantrum, single target, and Raichu is also knocked out. So a 1-for-1 trade. But what did this Primarina go for? It's a Moonblast. Will this pick up the knockout? Is there going to be 3 one-hit knockouts? There is!
What? Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Pidgey played very aggressive this turn 1, and frankly, I think that was the right play. He can't, like I said earlier in the team previews, Pidgey cannot afford to drag this game out. We saw what happened game 1. Luke was able to keep that game going for longer than Pidgey could afford to. He does not have nearly as much bulk as Luke does, so being able to immediately bring down 2 Pokemon turn 1 is very huge for Pidgey. There is not much that Luke can do in response anymore.
We're going to see Luke Mega Evolve their Raichu, also bringing out Mega Raichu Y in this game number 2 against the Primarina and Incineroar. Let's see where the Fake Out potentially goes. Actually, we're just going to see the Raichu Protect, opting not to go for a Fake Out here, but Incineroar did, and it goes into the Raichu, protects itself, as Primarina is faster than Sylveon, gets to go for this Moonblast, but Sylveon takes it absolutely perfectly, gets that Hyper Voice off, and gets good damage into both these Pokemon.
That is a lot of good chip damage, and if Sylveon can continuously spam Hyper Voice like this, Luke might be able to turn this game around. Raichu being at full health here is great, as it being able to fire off Zap Cannons right now is going to be able to likely get rid of Primarina. A Focus Blast here to get rid of Incineroar is also fantastic play, as we all know what Incineroar can do.
That was a critical hit too with the Focus Blast. Super effective, knocking out Incineroar once again. Here comes the Moonblast, but it's actually going to go into the Raichu this time and bring Raichu under max HP and go into the yellow. But the Primarina is now yawned. It is on a timer.
This is incredibly interesting, as we just saw another Moonblast is all it's going to take for Primarina to get rid of this Raichu. However, it might choose to protect or play it safe because it is at threat of a lot of pressure here from both Raichu and Sylveon. Raichu is, of course, faster than Primarina and has access to Zap Cannon, and one Zap Cannon is all it's going to take to knock this thing out.
Raichu is going to protect on Luke's side. Will Sylveon follow suit? Yes, Sylveon will protect as well, so Primarina will be forced to go to sleep at the end of this turn as the Maushold try to go for the Population Bomb into the Sylveon, and Primarina also try to go for Draining Hits, get a little bit of recovery, but now it's fast asleep.
Luke has successfully turned this around. This is not a good position for Pidgey. He needs this Primarina to wake up as soon as possible. It is one Zap Cannon away from no longer being on the field. Maushold can put in a lot of pressure here with those wide lens Population Bombs, but is it going to be able to do enough damage to successfully live a 1v2 between a Mega Raichu and a Sylveon? Probably not.
Well, we're going to see the Zap Cannon come out into the Primarina, and the Primarina, even though it was asleep, it is now knocked out of this battle. It is Maushold versus those Sylveon and Raichu. Kind of fitting that we have a cat against 2 mice.
This is a very weird episode of Tom and Jerry.
Just a little bit, but let's see what happens with this Maushold, because we saw Maushold try to go for Population Bomb on that last turn. If the Maushold takes this Focus Blast, I'm not 100% sure with this Raichu. It's a one-hit knockout. Congratulations to Luke, knocking out the Maushold with their Mega Raichu Y. They are going to finish pool number 6, 3-0. They are guaranteed into the bracket.
Very well played from Luke. Pidgey put up a very good fight in that game too as well, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
You're absolutely right there. And again, congratulations to Pidgey with the way that they played that game number 2, getting that turn 1 double KO, 2 one-hit knockouts. Yes, they lost their Mega Raichu Y on turn 1 as well, Highland, but that's something that you almost never see in a VGC battle. You never see 3 Pokemon all knocked out on 1 hit on the first turn of a battle.
That was an incredibly interesting turn 1. And speaking of interesting games, let's go ahead and take a look at one of our replays, shall we?
I am very excited about this replay. We are going to be featuring, this is from pool number 14. Also, I need to shout this out, that we had 14 pools of 4 trainers. So 56 participants are in this tournament, in this Draco Cup Highland. That is amazing.
That is a lot of people. And frankly, thank you to everybody who's participating. One such pair happens to be... Yeah, I spent a lot of VP on Megastones today. Anyway, one such battle happens to be Maiko versus Genesis. This is a game from the Australian pool. Genesis is a very, very strong player. World's 2026 competitor. He is currently 3-0, and he is tied for the top seed bracket before Timebreakers. Maiko is eliminated from bracket, but he did record all of the games, so massive shout outs to him. So we, of course, have this game against Genesis and Maiko. Incredibly talented players here. We're going to see how this game went down.
I mean, this should be interesting, and I am curious to watch this game.
So right off the bat, we can see that we've got a Zard Y team using Zard Y Aerodactyl, having access to both Mega Aerodactyl and Zard Y here versus Genesis, who is running a much more conventional choreographed Trick Room team comp. However, Trick Room is not the only play here. He does have a lot of offensive pressure here, especially in Garchomp and Charizard. So really, this could go either way right off the bat. King Gambit likely will not be contributing much to this game, unfortunately. But I am prepared to eat my words.
I mean, this should be a fun game to watch.
Let's go ahead and see what happens for game one. I'm going to quick go grab my bottle of water. I have now grabbed the bottle of water. Alright, so we are going to see a Hydreigon Toxapex lead here against Aerodactyl Kingambit. So this is already a good position for Genesis in comparison here. Toxapex is always a fantastic mon to lead. And while Aerodactyl does have a lot of pressure, especially with Mega Evolved Rock Slides, it's not going to be enough in order to really take down either one of these two Pokemon.
I think you're right here, but this Aerodactyl, if it does go for that Mega Evolution, that Ice Fang will be doing big damage into the Hydreigon and might bring it down to its Focus Sash with that Tough Claws ability. But I also wonder if Dual Wing Beam might be able to pick up the knockout in the Hydreigon, with also being boosted in the power by Tough Claws and the same type attack bonus.
That is a very interesting thing to see. We are going to see Aerodactyl immediately come out on this turn, which does make a lot of sense. Prepared to put on a lot of pressure. We're going to see that Ice Fang getting fired off on Hydreigon here. That is very good coverage to have here. No freeze, unfortunately, which does mean Hydreigon can fire off that Earth Power and hit Kingambit as well.
And does over half into the Kingambit, brings it low as the Kingambit goes for low kick into the Hydreigon. So Hydreigon knocked out on the first turn of the battle with the double up on Maiko's side of the field. But Toxapex goes for the infestation. Now this Kingambit cannot switch out for the remainder of this battle, or as long as it's on the field with that Toxapex.
That is correct. This is a very interesting sequence of events. Toxapex, as we've seen already today, is very good at keeping things in and forcing things to hurt themselves. So Mega Aerodactyl cannot do a whole lot here. It does have access to stuff like Rock Slide, which thankfully does not make contact and therefore does not have to worry about Baneful Bunker. However, it doesn't want to necessarily stay in against something like Toxapex. I'm going to be real. It cannot win that battle of attrition.
Yeah, it really can't win that battle of attrition for this Aerodactyl, but we do need to see what Genesis's third Pokemon is going to be in this game. Number one, losing a Hydreigon early is massive, but it's going to be Charizard coming in. Now I'm curious if we do see the Rock Slide come out from this Aerodactyl. It is the potential to get it, which would be extremely effective, and a Charizard would probably pick up the knockout, but it also feels like Charizard might try to go for a Protect here, allowing Toxapex to get a Toxic off into the Aerodactyl, or even Infestation on the Aerodactyl and trap it on the field.
That is correct. Frankly, if I was in Maiko's shoes right now, I would opt to go for a Tailwind here, as it is more or less free. Genesis is going to want to play defensive this turn because he is likely anticipating that Rock Slide from Aerodactyl. So this is more or less a free Tailwind setup for Aerodactyl, which then can really allow things to spiral out in Maiko's favor.
And we're going to see the Charizard Y activate on Genesis's side. So Mega Charizard Y out on the field for Genesis in this game number one. And the Drought ability is going to activate. But let's see. Charizard is going to protect. A great protection from the Charizard to avoid any damage. But Aerodactyl goes dual Wing Beat into the Toxapex. 2 hits. Toxapex takes it well with that defensive backbone, as Kingambit doubles up with a Kowtow Cleave into the Toxapex, bringing it low. That critical hit is massive, as the Toxic will come out on Toxapex and guaranteed poison this Aerodactyl, putting it on a timer.
That was a very interesting turn of events. Aerodactyl being on that timer, like you said, is not good at all. We also see Kingambit is only one more Infestation turn away from no longer being with us. So Maiko is going to have to start playing very aggressively here in order to try to make up for this.
That is true, but this Toxapex on Genesis's side, we have to keep in mind, it does have that Wide Guard. Once again, if Wide Guard comes out on Toxapex, there is the potential that Charizard could survive the turn and just knock out this Kingambit with a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball.
That is correct. There is not a whole lot that can be done on Maiko's end here. Despite the fact that all 4 of his Mon are currently alive, 2 are on borrowed time, 1's guaranteed to go down this turn without even needing to be targeted. This is going to be very interesting. It's going to come down to remaining Mons at the back.
We are going to see it is the Wide Guard coming out as Kingambit goes for the Sucker Punch into the Charizard, but because Aerodactyl went for the Rock Slide, the Wide Guard protecting Charizard and Toxapex, which allows Charizard to go for that Heat Wave. Super effective into Kingambit, not very effective into Aerodactyl, but it does enough to pick up the knockout on that Kingambit.
Very, very nicely done here. So now the question is, who wants to come in on this? Garchomp is the most obvious answer, and we are going to see that is the choice that Maiko chooses to make. It's a very solid play here. Toxapex does not necessarily want to stay in on that, but also Toxapex has no shortage of protection that it can use to buy itself some time here. It has Wide Guard in order to survive an Earthquake. It also has Baneful Bunker to survive an Earthquake. Garchomp does have the ability to potentially pressure with stuff like Stomping Tantrum, though. So it is, in a sense, a weird sort of 50-50.
Yeah, you're definitely right. It is that kind of 50-50 that you really have to figure out what the Toxapex is going to do alongside this Charizard, as if Toxapex goes for a Baneful Bunker or a Wide Guard, it is susceptible to Garchomp just knocking it out with something like Stomping Tantrum. But if it is that Earthquake coming out, it'll block the Earthquake, and Garchomp will be forced to switch. Charizard, though, is going to protect itself on this turn, and Aerodactyl tried going dual Wing Beat into the Charizard, protecting itself as Garchomp just goes Dragon Claw and does enough to knock out the Toxapex.
Very nicely played from Maiko. This game is far from over. Aerodactyl is only 1 or 2 more turns of Toxic away from perishing unless Maiko wants to switch it out. However, that's not necessarily a good play. There is not a good switch in for this team right now. Ice Fang is needed in order to get rid of this Garchomp, and forfeiting this position would be very disadvantageous.
You're absolutely right there. Highland, I'm looking at this Ice Fang into the Garchomp, especially the fact that Genesis's Garchomp is that Choice Scarf variant. It is forced to go for an attacking move. It can't protect to stall out the Tailwind on this Mega Aerodactyl and allow Charizard to maybe get a Heat Wave off into the Aerodactyl and bring it low to where their Garchomp could potentially win that speed tie against Maiko's Garchomp. But let's see what our two trainers are going to do on this turn. It's going to be Garchomp goes Dragon Claw into the Aerodactyl, and Aerodactyl is knocked out. I must have missed the Tailwind turns expiring.
That is unfortunately what happened here. No Tailwind means Aerodactyl doesn't outspeed. It is now Garchomp versus Garchomp. One's a Life Orb, the other isn't. And unfortunately, we are going to see a forfeit from Genesis. He just didn't have anything to really win that matchup.
Unfortunately, no. That is a great win for Maiko in game one against Genesis. With the way that Genesis played that game number one, trying to get that damage off early and often into that Mega Aerodactyl. Mega Aerodactyl just put in too much work against Genesis's team.
That is correct. We are going to see, going into game two here, potentially some substitutions here. If I'm in Maiko's shoes, I bring Sylveon this time around. Genesis does not have much response to it outside of Toxapex. He really more or less has to rely on Wide Guard in order to beat those Hyper Voice pressures, and there's a lot on Genesis' team that does not want to take that.
Yeah, that is true. And with that Garchomp on Genesis side being that Choice Scarf variant, you kind of want to have a Sylveon in the back because that'll prevent Garchomp from going for those Dragon Claws, especially if you have your Garchomp in the back for Maiko. But let's get into this game number two and see how Genesis is going to adapt. We are going to see the Garchomp and the Charizard for Genesis, and on Maiko's side it is Aerodactyl and King Gambit.
That is a very interesting choice here. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with the choice. I do feel like Sylveon has to be brought here. It just puts in too much pressure in order to not come. I suppose that what Maiko is trying to do is he's hoping that Sylveon just being there on the team preview is enough to dissuade Genesis from hard committing to a Garchomp plus Hydreigon team. The question is that enough to prevent it? He's clearly trying to go for some mind game shenanigans here. Yo, ATT, how's it going?
We're going to see Mega Aerodactyl and Mega Charizard once again in this game number two between Maiko and Genesis. The drought is going to activate as King Gambit goes for Sucker Punch, though, but it goes into Garchomp here, not into the Charizard. And Garchomp goes for the Rock Tomb into Aerodactyl. That is single target, super effective, and lowers Aerodactyl's
I think you're actually slightly ahead of me. Hang on, let me change the screen share. There we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was,
No, that's my bad. I didn't have the screen share configured properly there. If you watched your games yet? No, this is the first replay that we've gone over. We've just got done with a couple of live battles. We are going to see, like Talon said, we are going to see this Aerodactyl Mega Evolve. Genesis is going to respond accordingly by Mega Evolving his own Charizard. This is a very interesting thing. Sunlight coming in is major. King Gambit going for that Sucker Punch on Chomp is a very nice prediction. Rough Skin Recoil is also a factor here. The question is, what did Garchomp do? Went for the Rock Tomb. That's a huge amount of damage against Aerodactyl.
And because the Aerodactyl's speed is dropped by a stage, that's going to allow Charizard to go for this Heat Wave. Like I said, King Gambit is going to be knocked out from the Charizard, but Aerodactyl is now down a stage of its speed.
Down a stage on its speed. Tailwind is going to bring it back to neutral effectively here. However, that's not necessarily enough here. Aerodactyl might still be outsped, and it is one hit away from no longer being with us.
Absolutely. Here we're gonna see if Aerodactyl can maybe pull out a rabbit out of its hat, or in the case of the fact that it is essentially reverted back to its prehistoric times with the Mega Evolution, giving itself those very sharp stones in its body. I wonder if Aerodactyl can go for that Ice Fang and knock out the Garchomp here.
It might. It is effectively at +1 speed right now, as Tailwind normally doubles speed stat, but that -1 speed more or less threw a wrench here. Question is that enough for Aerodactyl to be able to put in pressure? We're going to see Genesis go into Incineroar here. Intimidate is going to make Rock Slide hit less here from an Aerodactyl. However, Darkrai is not exactly physically bulky, and it is quad weak to Rock Slide.
Let's see, but that Intimidate is going to be massive as Charizard will survive the turn. Thanks to that Intimidate, and Incineroar getting the snack on a Citrus Berry, bringing it up as Charizard's Heat Wave comes out, will knock out the Aerodactyl. So that is a big piece removed from Maiko in this game number 2.
It is indeed. It is now going to be Garchomp and Farigiraf against the world, essentially. Now, this is a good position for Maiko in the sense of priority is now officially invalidated because of Farigiraf's Armor Tail, which is very nice, as that means that Garchomp isn't really going to be chipped down a whole lot by various things. However, Maiko does not have a whole lot of pressure available to him here. He does have T-Bolt and Psychic on Farigiraf. However, T-Bolt is not going to do a whole lot of pressure against Incineroar or some of the other things that Genesis has in the back. It's really only good here for Charizard. Garchomp, retroactively, also doesn't realistically have a whole lot at his disposal other than just spread damage with Earthquake. The question is that going to be enough?
Well, Charizard is going to protect itself, and Incineroar is also going to protect itself on this turn. So Garchomp gets to go for the Stomping Tantrum into Incineroar. Now, if I remember correctly, Protect for Stomping Tantrum, that does not act as if Stomping Tantrum failed. So the Stomping Tantrum will still be a 75 base power move on this turn, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, as that does not count as a move failing.
Let's see what happens here, as the Trick Room was just set up by Maiko in this game number 2 with the Farigiraf. And if the Charizard stays on the field, it's potentially going to be knocked out by any attack from the Garchomp or the Farigiraf, as long as it's not that ground type move, because of that flying type giving it an immunity.
That is correct. We are going to see Genesis rotate Incineroar out for Toxapex here, which is a very safe play. Charizard going for that Solar Beam here is also pretty smart option here. Nice neutral damage to Garchomp. It is enough to knock it out, especially when it crits.
That critical hit on Solar Beam, absolutely incredible, because it got the knockout, and now it's Farigiraf against the world, and one of those Pokemon is an Incineroar that completely walls it.
That is correct. Its only option to hit Incineroar is Thunderbolt, and Incineroar can eat those for days. It does not really care. This game might already be over.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see as Incineroar does come back out onto the field, and with it being a slow Pokemon, there is that Dark type move. Oh, actually, no, there is no Dark type move. Highland, Incineroar only has Flare Blitz as an attacking move in a Farigiraf.
That is correct. However, that might realistically be all it needs. Actually, 2 Flare Blitzes might be enough on its own. This Farigiraf does not have any sort of HP recovery at its disposal. It has no way to drag this game out. The question is Farigiraf going to be able to put in pressure elsewhere? And that answer is probably no, actually, especially with that Toxic being on the field here. This means that Farigiraf is now officially just dead to a combination of Flare Blitz plus Toxic Chip, and there is not anything it can do about it.
And here comes that Flare Blitz, brings Farigiraf into the yellow alongside Incineroar into the yellow with the recoil, but Farigiraf gets the snack on its Citrus Berry because it hadn't been used yet. And Toxapex gets a little bit of leftovers recovery but the Farigiraf's poison is starting to rack up.
That is correct. Now, Farigiraf does have a couple of turns before it succumbs to Toxic Chip. However, that is assuming it doesn't get damaged by anything else, and that is incredibly unlikely. We are going to see the T-Bolt going in here against the Instant, doing a little bit of damage. The Instant does get paralyzed, and that might make the difference here.
Incineroar, though, goes for the parting shot into this Farigiraf, lowers the attack and special attack by 1 stage, and now the Toxapex gets to come back out with that Regenerator ability, and Farigiraf's attack power is lowered.
We're going to see Toxapex come back in. Farigiraf is on borrowed time here. It is not going to be able to put in the amount of pressure it needs to. Psychic is its only option against Garchomp, cannot hit it with T-Bolt. Conversely, T-Bolt's its only option for Incineroar, who really does not care, and it is slowly getting whittled down by a combination of Toxic and Infestation. This game is over. There's not... The odds of Farigiraf being able to pull through all of this unscathed are almost non-existent.
And the special defense on the Garchomp drop as Farigiraf brought into the red from that Dragon Claw, but let's see if the Infestation or the Toxic will knock out Farigiraf. It's the Toxic damage. Farigiraf knocked out. We are going to game 3 in this matchup.
That is correct. Moving on to game 3. What will be changed? I do still stay firm on Sylveon needing to show up here. I really feel like that's the only way Mako can come back here. Genesis does not want to deal with Hyper Voice.
I think you're right here. That Sylveon with Hyper Voice looks really good against Genesis's team, but we did see how much damage that Charizard was putting out after getting that drought up. And shout outs to the Rock Tomb on the Garchomp there. Scarf Garchomp being faster than Mega Aerodactyl in this game, in that game 2, getting that Rock Tomb off and allowing Charizard to just get damage off.
That is correct. We are going to see Maiko going for the same 4 again. This is an interesting commit. We're going to see how this works out for him.
Well, let's get into it. Game number 3 between Maiko and Genesis. Will Genesis win this, or will Maiko force an upset in this set? Garchomp and Toxapex as a lead for Genesis, and Kingambit and Aerodactyl for Maiko.
That is correct. Now, this is still a pretty solid option for both sides here. Going for that Tailwind turn 1 here is, in my opinion, the correct play. Odds are Genesis is going to double protect here, or at the very least will likely protect on Chomp in order to prevent damage from an Ice Fang, which he knows that this Aerodactyl has.
Absolutely, this Aerodactyl potentially can get this Garchomp knocked out early and often, and the Kingambit can go for those Kowtow Cleaves and the Toxapex without any hesitation because of the Steel typing avoiding the Toxapex's Toxic. It helps when you have Corrosion, but this Toxapex does not, as Garchomp is going to switch out for the Incineroar here. Oh my, the Incineroar has come out onto the field. That's going to activate Defiant.
That is a very interesting turn of defense. Now, in actuality, this is still not ideal for Kingambit as, well, there's an Incineroar Flare Blitz right there. However, with Tailwind up, things become a lot more interesting. It is possible that if this Kingambit has speed investment, which it likely doesn't, but if it does, it is possible with Tailwind active that it can outspeed Incineroar.
Well, the Infestation has been activated onto this Kingambit as Incineroar, though we do know that there is the Flare Blitz on tap for this Kingambit, which would be super effective. But at the same time, Kingambit does have that low kick, which is super effective into Incineroar right now.
That's correct. And if Kingambit outspeeds, that might actually be enough damage to knock Incineroar out from full. Incineroar is not exactly light. We're going to see Maiko opting to switch Aerodactyl out for Farigiraf here, and I do agree with the play. Aerodactyl wants to get that attack stat back to normal, and frankly, can't do a whole lot of pressure right now. With Toxapex having access to Wide Guard, Rock Slide is not a safe option, and there isn't really anything that Aerodactyl can do to Toxapex or Incineroar that either Mon really cares about.
We're going to see the Farigiraf come out here as the low kick, super effective, +1 into Incineroar, brings it low, but Incineroar will get that Citrus Berry, healing itself back up over 50%. Here's the Flare Blitz, super effective into King Gambit, which will do enough to knock it out.
That is a lot of damage, but that's also a lot of recoil. That more or less brings Incineroar down to the amount of health it had after that low kick. We are going to see Farigiraf get put on the Toxic Timer as expected of a Toxapex. Question now is, Farigiraf put out enough pressure before it eventually succumbs to its disease?
Well, we know that the Toxapex is almost at half of its max HP, and if it does switch out, it'll get that Regenerator ability. Incineroar, though, it can't go for a Intimidate into Aerodactyl right now. It would have to go for something like a Parting Shot, but this Toxapex does have Wide Guard on tap that could prevent Incineroar from taking super effective damage with Rock Slide.
That is correct. Now, as we see here, Maiko has opted to go for Rock Slide on Aerodactyl, which does make a lot of sense, and frankly, I would be clicking the same thing in his shoes. Yes, Wide Guard is an option that Toxapex has here. Farigiraf going for Psychic on it also makes a lot of sense because that's not going to block Psychic, which means Toxapex is going to take a lot of damage and might possibly even get knocked out from a Psychic at this range.
That is true. Toxapex, we are going to see, actually, though, Genesis is going to switch out to get that Regenerator off as Garchomp is going to come out, and Incineroar is going to protect itself. No damage from Incineroar, but Aerodactyl goes for the Rock Slide. This would have been super effective into Incineroar. Not very effective into the Garchomp switching in. But let's see where this Farigiraf targeted. Is it going to be the Psychic? It is into the Garchomp, and Garchomp brought just under or just over 50% there after the Psychic and Rock Slide. Now it's curious about where this Garchomp is going to target as there's one turn left of the Tailwind.
This is a very interesting position. Aerodactyl, as we have established, is outspeeding Garchomp here, and if Garchomp does not go for Protect, it will die to an Ice Fang from this range. The question is Maiko going to do that? We're going to see he's opting to go for Rock Slide instead. It is a solid idea here, especially since one Rock Slide is all that's needed to knock this Incineroar out.
Yeah, I think that is true. There is the potential for Rock Slide to knock out Incineroar because Aerodactyl is neutral, but Garchomp is going to switch out here, and in comes the Toxapex once again. So let's see how much damage this does. Rock Slide comes out. Oh my god, Incineroar avoids the attack. That is huge. Incineroar now has a shot to go for the Parting Shot, but here comes that Psychic into the Toxapex. It brings it under a third of its max HP, and Incineroar does get that Parting Shot up, but it's into Farigiraf, actually.
Very interesting plays here. So even at -1 special attack, Farigiraf has enough damage with that Psychic to knock Toxapex out this turn, which means Genesis has to switch out Toxapex and rely on Regenerator in order to make sure that doesn't happen. He might opt to go for Protect instead in order to buy himself some time, but the more optimal play here in order to maximize health recovery would be to switch out here. Conversely, Garchomp doesn't necessarily want to come back in here, as that means that Maiko gets a free Tailwind up this turn.
That is true. There is the potential to get that Tailwind up once again and allow Farigiraf to get some big damage out into Toxapex. But because Incineroar switched out and Toxapex, there is the chance that Incineroar comes in on a Psychic and is completely immune to the damage while also getting that Intimidate off. And we saw that Charizard survived a Rock Slide with the Intimidate drop on Aerodactyl.
That is correct. We are going to see Genesis going to swap into Incineroar here, which makes a lot of sense. That Intimidate is going to lower the damage output of Aerodactyl's Rock Slides. And also, this Farigiraf is now at -2, which is not ideal. Charizard Mega Evolving into Zard Y makes a lot of sense here. We are going to see that Sun go up. And this is going to be a lot of damage. Aerodactyl going for Tailwind here, which is the correct play in this situation. And Farigiraf going for T-Bolt on that Zard is ideal, but we see what happens when you're a -2 special attack. That barely did anything.
And in comes the Weather Ball from this Charizard into Farigiraf. That does enough. It's a straight knockout into the Farigiraf. The Farigiraf is down, and it's just Garchomp and Aerodactyl left. But now Incineroar has Fake Out on tap.
That is correct. Fake Out to prevent Garchomp from going crazy here is huge. Conversely, could also opt to Fake Out into that Aerodactyl slot to prevent Rock Slide from knocking out Charizard. Even at -1 attack, that should do enough damage to knock it out from this range.
I think you're right that the Dragon Claw should be enough to get the Charizard to knock itself out, especially with Garchomp not having an attack drop in its own right.
Let's see what happens. This is a very interesting and important turn. This could be the end of the game right now. We are going to see Incineroar go for Fake Out.
Fake Out goes into this Aerodactyl, so Aerodactyl flinches and can't move. Here comes the Garchomp with the Dragon Claw and the Life Orb. Does this do enough? No, it doesn't. Charizard survives this turn. And let's see, Charizard goes for the Solar Beam once again, and the Harsh Sunlight guaranteed to go. But where is it targeting? It's the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is brought very low. Another critical hit on Solar Beam. This Charizard is really basking in the Harsh Sunlight.
That is a very, very important turn. Garchomp still being alive here is huge. That's a lot of pressure. Tailwind is still active, however, so Aerodactyl is going to be able to outspeed and will be able to knock out Charizard with a Rock Slide. But Charizard going for the Protect here makes a lot of sense, trying to just stall and buy time.
We are going to see Charizard and Incineroar protect themselves on this turn, so Rock Slide will not affect either of these Fire-type Pokemon, and Garchomp's Earthquake will not affect Incineroar or the two Flying types on the field. A lot of spread moves coming out right now, but let's see what happens if Genesis wishes to switch out the Incineroar into something like Toxapex here, knowing that this is the last turn of Tailwind.
You will see what happens here. We honestly, Maiko's targeting that Charizard. He wants it gone, and frankly, I don't blame him. Toxapex coming in here makes a lot of sense. It realistically does not care about the Rock Slide chip, whereas Incineroar absolutely did.
Well, Charizard is going to be knocked out from that Rock Slide as Garchomp went for the Dragon Claw with the Life Orb boost. Toxapex brought into the red, but it still survives the turn, and it's going to get some leftovers recovery, and more importantly, the Tailwind is now going to expire.
That is correct. Interesting to see. Garchomp's going to come in here, but yet again, this is a situation that Garchomp doesn't enjoy. Maiko has the ability to just bluff Ice Fang every single time that Garchomp enters this field, and Genesis does not want Garchomp to die. He needs this Garchomp to stay alive.
That is true. Genesis needs their Garchomp to stay alive against with this Toxapex, but let's also factor in the Garchomp on Genesis's side. With that Tailwind no longer in effect for Maiko's side, we don't have to worry about the Garchomp being slower than Garchomp and Aerodactyl. It's really going to come down to this turn, I think, Highland.
It really is. We're going to see Dragon Claw knock out the Aerodactyl.
And the Dragon Claw into the Garchomp, knocks out Garchomp as well, but the Rough Skin will come out, giving Garchomp a little bit of recall on Maiko's side alongside that Life Orb. But what did this Toxapex go for? It's a Toxic into the Garchomp. Garchomp is now on a timer.
This is likely game. It is now, I believe, a 1v2. And Garchomp's on a timer. There
Garchomp.
is not much that can be done now.
And Incineroar coming back out onto the field. Garchomp now forced to get that Intimidate drop. So these Earthquakes and Stomping Tantrums won't be doing as much as they normally would be into Incineroar and Toxapex, even with that Life Orb.
That is correct. Now, Garchomp going for the Protect here does help to drag things out. However, that toxic damage is just going to keep getting more and more volatile. And Garchomp can't do anything about it. It's on borrowed time. Earthquake does do a lot of pressure against both of these mons, but as we've established, Toxapex has Wide Guard. This is a 50-50.
It's a 50-50 right now. Will Maiko get this read correct, or will Genesis choose to go for that Wide Guard? Call Maiko to go for that. And we're actually just going to see Incineroar protect itself on this turn. Is Toxapex going to follow suit? Yes, it is, with a Baneful Bunker.
We didn't pass your game, Sego. This is the first replay that we've gone over. We're just going over selected replays in between live matches.
We're going to see the Toxapex get a little bit more leftovers recovery as that toxic damage is starting to rack itself up for the Garchomp. It's really going to come down to this turn. Do we see the Wide Guard on the Toxapex, or do we see the Garchomp pull this out for Maiko? It's the Wide Guard!
The long con finally paid off for Genesis. This is the first time he's clicked the move the entire set, and he clicked it at just the right time.
And that's going to allow Wide Guard to protect itself. Here's the Incineroar with Flare Blitz, and the toxic damage isn't going to do enough to knock out the Garchomp. It's just a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. Genesis pulling this set out 2-1. What an end game against Maiko.
What a game indeed. And now... Well, never mind. I was going to say now a word from our sponsor because my cat is bugging me. But...
well, that's a good sponsor right there.
One yet. One yet. Done it. Come on. One yet. One yet. Nope. All right. Well, I will be back in just a moment, folks. As I'm gonna go feed my cat real quick. So I will be right back.
And I'm gonna go feed the Talon.
That's also important. All right. I am back. Let's go ahead and real quick for going to the next replay, let's take a look at some of our usage data, shall we? So let's go ahead and get our next individual up here, because this is not right one. Let's take a look at our mega usage rate. So as we can see, overwhelmingly, Zard Y had the highest usage rate, which, frankly, I am very surprised by. I will try to get the cat cam. Trust me. I have 3 cats, 2 of which constantly walk in here. I will get a cat cam, and I will show the cats. Don't think I won't. But we see here overwhelmingly, Zard Y has a 25% usage rate. The highest usage rate of any single mega on this list. A lot of Zard teams. Mega Floette and Delphox are tied for that second spot on usage. I'm a little bit surprised by Mega Delphox being that high up. As it can be a little bit tricky to use. Definitely a double-edged sword there with that levitate ability, because it can't properly utilize psychic terrain. However, levitate is very beneficial for it. So it is definitely sort of a double-edged sword there. Guitar and Raichu Y are then tied for that third place spot, both with 11% usage. Raichu Y, not much to be said there. That thing is a absolute monster. Having those no guard focus blast and zap cannons is absolutely massive for this thing. It also does have pseudo bolt beam coverage because it has access to surf, which hits a lot of the same targets that Ice Beam would hit, with the exception of grass types, more or less. Not to mention it does have stuff like Fake Out Protect. Like, it has a lot going for it there. T-Tar as well is just a fantastic mega. Being able to refresh sand without having to switch out is very nice. It does also just have a very solid move pool, solid stats. It's just a good mega. This thing has proven itself to be good time and time again over the years, and that has not changed. Mega Mawile showing up in that 4th place spot with a 9% usage rate. Huge power is a hell of a drug. This thing is solid. It checks a lot of the things that are running rampant in the meta right now, too. It's a very good switch and coverage option against something like Floette, which gives it a lot of pressure and a lot of usage. Mega Swampert, Mega Blastoise, and then a bunch of other megas all tied for that 7% usage slot. Now, Mega Swampert, fantastic mega in rain, but you do have to build this thing in rain in mind in order for it to really shine. When it has Swift Swim active, this thing is an absolute nightmare to deal with. If you do not have a grass type, you are going to die. And of course, do I even need to discuss Mega Blastoise? We know what this thing does. You go in, you click Shell Smash, you sweep. That is what this thing does, and it does it very, very well. It is terrifying. You give that thing the opportunity to set up, and you build the team around it, and there is not much your opponent can really do in response. Now, Mega Venusaur, very good option. We see Thick Fat making this thing live a lot of things that it otherwise normally shouldn't. And Mega Metagross, I'm frankly surprised to only see it 7%. This thing is still a very solid and powerful mon. Yes, it did lose some of its moves that it cares about, but Psychic Fangs is an absolutely massive move for this thing. And it has no shortage of Steel-type moves to really hit harder things. Absolutely demolishes the likes of Mega Floette. It's just a solid mon. And Mega Staraptor does hold a special place in my heart. I do love a good contrary attacker, and we've seen what a Staraptor can do with contrary close combat when it gets the ball rolling. it can be very difficult to get rid of. That thing can become incredibly bulky, incredibly fast. So, that's our replay side of things. Let's take a look at our next replay in the meantime. Because I believe I am still waiting for my next game to be ready. So let's quick go over our replay of ATT against Monchi. So before I do, let me find the right teams here. There we go. So, we can see that ATT is running what appears to be a Sandcore with Mega Staraptor. Very interesting team composition here. I do love a good Mega Staraptor team. Having Tailwind as well as Close Combat is incredible for this thing, because get Tailwind up, Close Combat, win game. It is very powerful in the right hands. We do see Golden Go here as well, which is honestly a mod I have not seen a whole lot of in current regulation, but it does put in a lot of work. It checks a lot of options. Good as Gold still is an incredibly powerful ability. It just denies so many things. Make It Rain, of course, did get nerfed going into Champions, which is likely why it doesn't see as much usage as it used to, but still a very powerful mod. You, of course, have standard Bold Nature Sinister here. Milotic as well. Very, very strong option here. Really supports Staraptor because you can rely on Icy Wind in order for you to speed control, and you don't necessarily, therefore, have to waste your turn setting up Tailwind if you play this correctly. Scald is just also very powerful. Haze to eliminate stat changes can be very good as well. Just deny your opponent opportunity to set up. And then, of course, you have your standard Mega T-Tar Extra Core if he wants to go that route. Because, I mean, we know how these two interact. We know what happens. Do I need to explain this? One set up Sand, other go Burr. That's what happens. That's what happens with this. Conversely, Monchi is running a Mega Gengar team. A mon that, frankly, with my singles brain, I'm always surprised to see, and then I remember it's doubles. So, Mega Gengar, of course, is just the denier of switching with that Shadow Attack ability, and of course, Perish Song, just really force your opponent to just perish and die. We do also see Roar Ally Switch for Rigorath. Very clearly built here in order to support Mega Gengar with Ally Switch, and just make it very difficult for the opponent to target Mega Gengar. Also running Perish Song Altaria here as a secondary option. Just very much a denial and forcing you to perish team. We do, of course, see defensive Toxapex as well. Just the standard set we've been seeing all day of Wide Guard, Baneful Bunker, Infestation Toxic. We, of course, are also seeing a standard instant team set here, but no Flare Blitz, relying solely on Fake Out and Throat Shot for damage here. And then, of course, a more or less standard support Sinister stat running Life Dew, Matcha Gotcha, Rage Powder for redirection. So, very solid team comps. Initial thoughts are, I think Gengar has a slight advantage here. If Gengar can get in Mega Evolve and prevent any sort of switching, which it can do quite easily, there's not a lot ATT can do in response. Staraptor obviously can't hit it without relying on Brave Bird. You do have options like Extra with Earthquake. It's going to be very tricky to play around. ATT has no form of pivot on any of these mons. So if he's trapped, he's trapped. He's not getting out. He also doesn't have any ghost types outside of Sinistra. So it's just going to be very tricky to see how ATT plays around trapping. It's also possible that, like, ATT doesn't necessarily need to worry about getting trapped, actually, because it's not really something that really bothers him. Like, unless Perish Sun gets set up, and then you have to just make sure that Gengar doesn't die. But ATT has no shortage of ways to just kill Gengar. So this really is like, Monchi's relying on Perish Trap here. But I don't think ATT's team really cares. This really could go either way. I do think I give a slight edge towards Monchi, because if he can get it set up properly and he can disable the right moves, it's difficult to play around. But practically speaking, I don't think ATT cares. Let's see. And we do have Atrix coming in as the last live game, which I'm very excited for. Atrix is the GOAT. So we're going to see Milotic, Goldengo, Guitar, and Sinistra. No, actually, no. We're going to see the switch here for Excadrill, and I do think that makes a lot more sense here. I think Excadrill T-Tar doesn't realistically care about Mega Gengar and can just reliably get rid of it. But let's see what happens here. We're going to see a Gengar Incin lead versus Goldengo Milotic. Where's Thunder Bastiodon? Not here. That immediate +2 attack from the Intimidate is strong for Milotic. I think one Scald is all it's going to take to knock out Incin now. Playing it safe with Goldengo here makes a lot of sense. If I was ATT, I would definitely protect here, I think. Because I don't know what that Gengar is going to do. Shadow Ball does also make a lot of sense here. We're going to see Monchi going straight for that Mega Evolution here to try to trap things in with Shadow Tag. Instant goes for Fake Out on the Milotic, trying to make up for the precarious position it's put itself in. Gengar goes for Shadow Ball on Goldengo. It's not enough to knock it out, though. Goldengo is going to respond with its own Shadow Ball, and that is going to be enough to knock out Gengar. Very, very solid turn. I forgot how cool I was trying to make Gengar was. Yeah, it's sick. Very solid turn from ATT. Again, sort of cementing that, yeah, realistically, this team does not really care about Mega Gengar. You know, you can't get Perish Trapped if the Perish Trapper dies on switching. Toxapex is going to come out. Yeah, Gold-to-Go nerfs are, frankly, very needed and appreciated. Interesting to see what the play is here. I do think Shadow Ball pressure is fine. Gold-to-Go is more or less just a sack at this point. Milotic is still in a very strong position here. Recold making 100 accuracy again. Honestly, the 100 accuracy was whatever. Like, I was more relieved about the -2 special attack compared to -1. Yeah, Golden Go's going to go down to its Life Orb here. We're going to see... So plays here. T-Tar coming back, or rather just coming out initially here, setting up Sand. Are you going to switch straight to Excadrill? -1, it's nothing but TBH, the atrocities, singles, I wouldn't mind 80% accuracy. I mean, fair. I do think the chance to miss is very nice. But let's see. ATT going for the Mega Evolution on T-Tar. A lot of sense in this position. Rock Slide chip. And then Scald does do a not insignificant amount of damage. Just from being +2. Toxapex going for that Infestation chip on T-Tar, which expected, but also is a factor here. Toxapex yet again proving why it is just the god of stall. Just doing a really good job of chipping things down. We're going to see Sinistry go for Protect here. No, we'll just keep it in full screen, even though it does get cropped a little bit funnily. Actually, I can do something about that. There we go. My sleep is dying for cold Beatrix. 3 a.m. for me. Jeez. You guys really want to see Atrix, and I don't blame you. Alright, swapping Excadrill out here for Milotic does make a lot of sense. Firstly, switching out Toxapex for Sinistra. Hoping Instant gains some health back, going for that fake out on Milotic. P-Chart goes for the Rock Slide. That is enough to knock out Sinistra, and that is a lot of shit down. Oh, the crit. That would do it. Toxapex coming back in here. This is a very tricky position for Manchi. Excadrill realistically just comes in and sweeps with Earthquake now. But Toxapex does have Wide Guard and Baneful Bunker. It can stall this out if it plays properly and just makes the right predictions. Case in point, Instant protecting that Scald. Very nice read on Toxic from Toxapex here by switching into Excadrill. Now, what are you going to choose to do? Iron Hand on the Pex. Do we get a flinch? That is more or less what ATT is fishing for at this point. No flinch. Toxapex goes for that infestation. Goes for the Iron Head yet again, trying to just get a flinch. Slowly whittling this Pex down. Toxapex gonna go for infestation. Toxic is gonna knock this Milotic out though. Yep. This is ATT's game. I love when I have shit in my throat. There we go. Freaking allergies. Yeah, I am glad that this Toxapex cannot fish for Scald Burns, correct. Thank God this thing does not have Scald in Champions. Honestly, Peck's going for that wide guard here. It's not going to stop Iron Head, though. Nor is it going to stop Knockoff. That is a dead Toxapex. Means game 1 does go to ATT. Was a very beefy game 1. See here. Milotic T-Tar, solid choices. You're just going to bring the same 4 as game 1? Don't really have much reason to switch. Question is Manchi going to play this any differently? We saw that the Perish Trap threat does not work well in this matchup. But the problem is that, again, we looked at his team preview, his team's overly reliant on that strat. He doesn't have a different way to play the team. So, I don't know how he's going to pull it off, but he's going to have to figure a way. He's going to have to figure out a way. ATC does have the raw advantage here. We're going to see Sinistra Gengar here. See Manchi making sure not to give Milotic a competitive boost like it did game 1. Going for that Icy Wind makes a lot of sense. Want to lower the opponent's speed here, especially Mega Gengars. And then you are just going to Mega Evolve. And are we going for a knockoff on Gengar? Are we just going to kill this thing outright again? He's thinking very hard about this. Alright. Gengar's going to Mega Evolve. As is T-Tar. Since you're going for that Rage Powder, just try to keep Gengar alive. As, sure enough, Gengar is going for that Perish Song. T-Tar goes to the knockoff, kills Sinistra, which means that, obviously, there's no redirection here. That crit is insane as well, by the way. And then Icy Wind for speed control, which is also great. So now, here's the thing. ATT, once this Gengar dead, he's not going to really have much of an issue doing so. And the second that Gengar dies, he can switch and not worry about Perish Song. Because there goes Shadow Trap. Or Shadow Tag at that point. However, Toxapex could try to make it so that this doesn't happen with stuff like Wide Guard. But Gengar still dies to knockoff. And high horsepower for that matter. Like, we are going to see ATT play this safe, at least this turn, which does make a lot of sense. Wants to make sure Pex isn't going to go for any infestation shenanigans. No, Pex goes for the Baneful Bunker. Yeah, exactly. Perish Song just isn't a viable strat anymore. Like, there's a lot of things that just counter this strat quite easily. Yeah, because sure enough, you just knock off a Gengar here, and that is going to just completely eliminate this thing. And the second it's gone, you can switch out, assuming that Pex doesn't trap you with Infestation. And even if it does, one of these mons is going to be able to be preserved. Hachi's basically just going to have to pick which mon does he wants to die from Perish Song. Because Gengar's gone, means Shadow Tag is no longer hit round. Hoodikyu Infestation. That's what this boils down to. Hoodikyu Infestation. Who's dying? The bird on Scald is also nice. You didn't Infestation either, and you Toxic. Interesting. I mean, long term, that is definitely the better play, but... No, actually, I'm not sure I would say that's a better play. I think you should have Infestationed. Like, you knew... You did have to pray for the double attack, but, like, you knew that Gengar realistically was going down. If I were you, I would have just Infestationed something here to make sure they can't switch, and at the very least, to have one thing die to Perish Song. Like, I do think that Infestation is the better play here. Because, like, we're talking about the difference between potentially having no mons die to Perish Song or guaranteeing that at least one mon does. And if that's the case, then you go for Infestation. Right, Toxic still wasn't a bad option, but I do think Infestation was the better play. We're going to see more Icy Wind speed control here, which is very solid. This does mean ATT is going to let Milotic go down to Perish Song, though. Not that matters, because there is the Infestation trap. Astral's going to take some Fire Spin chip. I want to take chip from everything else, and then Perish Song falls to 0. You just immediately say, like, oh, no, Perish Song is 0. What? Like, I don't need to seal the chip. Priority is wrong here. Anyway. What are you going to go into? Back into T-Tar. Makes sense. Altaria does not appreciate Rock Slide. Also, Sand is back. Well, not, but yes. It's back because Cloud9 priority means that it's now back. And weather's weird. Weather's weird sometimes, okay? It is just weird sometimes. All right. We're going to see Excadrill get chipped down yet again. Excadrill goes for the Rock Slide damage here. Makes a lot of sense. Altaria is going to get knocked out, which means no more Perish Song shenanigans. And T-Tar is going to just get free damage with knockoff on Toxapex here. Yeah, so this is game for ATT at this point. But very well played from both sides. I do think the only thing I would have done differently is I would have infestationed when you toxiced. I think that was the smarter option. But solid game from both sides. Yeah, no, you played around Wide Guard very well here. Drill was supposed to be helping hand, but I had it wrong on my team sheet, so... Well... Don't think it mattered too much here in this game. Very nicely done. Oh, high horsepower. Yep. I'm not even sure it gets helping hand. Somebody in my pool had Heat Crash, Charizard, what? What? What are they smoking and where can I get some? Asking for a friend. Alright. Let's get at least one more replay in. Or potentially we could do a funny right now. Supposed to be wave but miss input. Oof. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get our next replay queued up here. This one is going to be Silver versus Shan or Shenwo. This is a very important match. Because this is winner goes to bracket, loser is eliminated. Pretty cut and dry. Stakes are high. So let's see how this played out. In order to see Mega Swampert team against either Mega Frostlass or Zardwai. Interesting team comps. I think the option that makes the most sense here is probably just developer for Rigorath at lead, if I'm being honest. Garchomp's also a solid option. Okay, Garchomp for Rigorath, Dragalge, Kingambit. Yep, makes sense. You do also have Mega Dragalge there with Regenerator, which freaking monster of a mon when that thing has that set up. And going for Whimsicott, Charizard. Silver's going for Garchomp for Rigorath. Turn 1 Rock Slide makes a lot of sense here, especially with Zard on the field, as does a Trick Room from for Rigorath, because there's not really anything that can be done to stop it here. Zard's going to go for that Protect. Yeah, PK is sort of just messaging me behind the scenes being, play this one. So you can thank him for prioritizing. And also thank him for curating, because it is a big help. For Rigorath, going for that Trick Room. This is a bit of a tricky situation. Switching into Dragalge does make a lot of sense here. Especially since one Sludge Bomb just completely invalidates the Cotton Ball. We all know my thoughts on the Cotton Ball. I don't need to get into this. I am very surprised to see Twin Beam for Rigorath. We don't see a whole lot of Twin Beam usage. But, I mean, it is a solid amount of damage on this Whimsicott. Dart goes for the raw Weather Ball. Stun isn't even up. That did some chip. Whimsicott goes for the Move Blast. Gets the special attack drop. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm very confused by the lack of Mega Evolution. That was just a raw, normal type Weather Ball. Very confused. So we are going to Mega Evolve Dragalge here, which makes a lot of sense. This thing is an absolute nightmare to deal with Regenerator. It's a problem. Whimsicott sets up Sunny Day, so Zard doesn't have to Mega. Dies to Sludge Bomb, okay. There's that now boosted Weather Ball, which will kill for Rigorath. Sorry, for a Giraffe, not Giraffe, but whatever, you get the idea. Mamoswine, Kingambit. Well, interesting play on both sides. Obviously, neither one of Silver's team members here likes an Earthquake. But also, Mamoswine doesn't particularly care for an Iron Head or Low Kick. Yep, that makes a lot of sense here. Mamoswine's going to predict that with Protect, which is also very predicted. Zara's going for Protect as well. Double Protect, okay. Silver wants that Zard gone. He is willing to do whatever it takes. All right, we are going to see Kingambit go for the Iron Head this time. So Draco goes for the Draco Meteor. He's going to knock out Zard, lower his own special attack in the process. But, I mean, again, you're a Regenerator Mon. You're fine with switching out. If anything, you want to switch out. Mamoswine dies to a single Iron Head, too. Good lord, Kingambit. Brick Room no longer active either. Frostlass is out now. What will we see next? We are going to see Mega Frostlass. Snow Warning increasing its own Fizz Def. Going for the Blizzard here. Not enough damage to knock out either Mon. Do we get a freeze? No freeze. Which does mean that Kowtow Cleave is enough to knock this thing out. No! Man, Snow is a hell of a drug. Not living the Sludge Bomb, though. Game 1 goes to Silver. All right. Game 2, we're going to see any changes in team plans. Yeah, it is a little bit short, but I mean, as far as mobile replays are concerned, this one's definitely a lot better quality than the previous ones. Bring Chomp. Chomp, Pelibur, okay, going for the Swampert route this time. Interesting. Game also doesn't run well on Switch 1. Yeah. Not surprised at all about that. It probably runs better on mobile than it does on Switch 1. Serena Mamoswine against Garchomp Dragalge. Interesting leads. So, right off the bat, Dragalge just can Sludge Bomb Serena. However, you do have to worry about Mamoswine. I mean, Garchomp just has Iron Head for Mamoswine as well. Mamoswine does have Ice Shard, potentially. Interesting leads on this board. You're going to switch straight to Pelibur. Okay, makes a lot of sense here, actually, to do that. Yeah, Mamo definitely does live an Iron Head from Garchomp, for sure. Garchomp on Serena for some solid ship. Predicting the high horsepower with Pelipper. Very smart. Triple Axle, though. Ooh, do we get all 3 hits? We do. That is a dead Garchomp. Third hit was a crit, too. Good lord. I mean, solid ship from Rough Skin, though. Serena is basically just dead to a light breeze at this point. This also is now an opportunity to go into Swampert. There you go. And, I mean, this is just a free Mega Evolution into whatever you want. Okay. Solid. And you're going to Tailwind, too. This is about to be the fastest Swampert you've ever seen. This thing has Swift Swim up, and is about to have Tailwind up, too. This is the fastest Swampert you've ever seen. The fastest Mudfish Axolotl thing you've ever seen. Zard's going to come back out in Rain, which is a very interesting choice. Switching back into Dragalge makes a lot of sense here. Zard's going for Protect. Where Swampert just going for more Rock Slide pressure here. Switch Dragalge back out for Pelipper. Zard is going to Mega Evolve now and replace this Rain with Sun. But Tailwind is still active, which means that Perch should still be faster. That is a dead Charizard. This one goes to the high horsepower, not going to affect Pelipper. Very interesting series of events. Swipe protects. Pelipper goes for the Wide Guard. Makes a lot of sense that this Typhlosion goes for standard Eruption play. Or it could just die to high horsepower. Swampert don't care. Swampert out for blood. Yeah, that's game. Silver wins the set. All right. Let's get ready for the next live match, shall we? Let me go ahead and switch this back over.
So now, which pool is this one, Highland?
This is, we're about to see, if I have things properly, we are about to see Firefalls against Ducky.
Okay. Firefalls versus Ducky. So this is actually going to be a close match here, because I'm looking at the standings in this pool 2. If Firefalls wins this match, they are in with 2 wins in pool 2. But if Ducky wins, it's a 3-way tie at 1 win apiece from everybody that isn't Mobster Chew. I'm sorry, but it is raining out.
So it looks like, yeah, Fire's team is quite literally just Pidgey's team. I'm being told that Fire made the original team, so...
Well, that's going to be awesome. We get to see the same team again, showcasing the power of team building and the power of friendship in the Pokemon VGC community, Highland.
Correct. Although it does look like Ducky appears to be running a Shell Smash Mega Blastoise team. A team we've not seen at all yet today, actually. Running Water Spout, Dark Pulse, Shell Smash, Mega Blastoise, and also running Sneasler, King Gambit, Incin, all the usual things you would expect to support it. He does also have a Mega Delphox in the back as an alternate Mega.
That is true. This Protect the King composition with the Mega Blastoise and Mega Delphox has been very effective in both Regulation MA and Regulation MB so far, Highland, with that Blastoise potentially being able to get those Water Spouts off early, or even a Shell Smash, with the fact that you have a Sneasler and an Incineroar that both have access to Fake Out, which allows someone like a Shell Smash to go off. But then you have a Pokemon like Sinistcha in the back that could assist with Hospitality in the event Blastoise has taken some unnecessary damage with the lowered defenses.
That is correct. Both sides here. This is an interesting turn of events, because frankly, Mega Raichu Y has the potential to just completely demolish Mega Blastoise. However, with enough Fake Out chip from Ducky's team, and he has no shortage of Fake Out mons here, it might not even get the chance to do that.
I think you're right, because without Raichu having access to the Zap Cannon and the mouse hold on Firefalls' team, it still, as we saw last time, it has that technician with Population Bomb. It doesn't have Friend Guard.
That is correct. We're going to go ahead and get this room started.
Yeah, man, I'm looking again at these team compositions. And what I like about the team that Ducky is bringing to a matchup like this is that Sneasler with the Poison Touch for its ability. It's not an unburdened set.
That is correct, and it's also very interesting and refreshing to see that it is not just the standard white herb unburdened set that has been going around. I'm curious to see if Poison Touch plays a factor at all here.
I am as well, because Poison Touch, if I remember correctly, it's a 30% chance to cause a poison with any moves that make contact. And in the case of Sneasler, it's got 3 moves that make contact.
That is correct. Which does also mean on top of the usual chances that Dire Claw has, there is just an additional 30% chance for poison.
Absolutely. And in a matchup like this is where moves like Kama-O's Clanging Scales and Primarina's Hyper Voice and Draining Kiss could actually play into Ducky's advantage, just because of that Blastoise. You have to focus on where you want to target, and also if Raichu, it does come in Mega Evolve, then it can get the Fake Out ahead of the Sneasler. But let's get into this game number 1 between Firefalls and Ducky. Firefalls is going to lead with the Raichu and Incineroar, and on Ducky's side, it's going to be Sneasler and it's going to be Sinistcha. So no Mega Evolution early in this game number 1 for Ducky.
So right off the bat, we have 3 Fake Out Mons on the field. 2 being on the opponent's side, 2 being on Firefall side, and 1 being on Ducky's. If both Incin and Raichu opt for Fake Out here, then Sinistcha still gets to do something, of course, being that ghost typing. Realistically, one of these is protecting, one of these is faking out. Sneasler's probably also faking out. We'll see what happens.
We're going to see Raichu Mega Evolve here. This is going to allow Raichu to be the fastest Fake Out user on the field, with its base speed being higher than Sneasler. But let's see, Raichu goes for the Fake Out into the Sneasler. That will break the Focus Sash, as Sinistcha going for the Rage Powder, trying to redirect someone like a Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast. Sneasler's going to flinch and can't move, and Incineroar gets to go for this Flare Blitz, which is super effective, and brings Sinistcha almost to a one-hit knockout, but Sinistcha survives it.
It does, but barely. I don't even think Matcha Gotcha is going to save it from this range.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with this Matcha Gotcha from the Sinistcha, or if we do see the Sinistcha go for that Rage Powder once again, take a sacrifice from the Raichu, maybe going for something like a Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast, and then Incineroar gets to get a single target Flare Blitz into the Sneasler, and it might pick up the knockout.
I think that is the correct play here, especially since Mega Blastoise, if it was brought, is sort of dead on arrival now. Raichu is here, Raichu's set up, Raichu clicks Zap Cannon, Blastoise die. Take some point, Raichu clicks Zap Cannon, and Teacup die. So
the Sinistcha has been knocked out by the Zap Cannon. Here's that close combat. It's -1 on the attack. Will this do enough? It does. And the Incineroar has been knocked out by the Sneasler.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sneasler. That's it. That's the title. Right. Solid Mon. Need I say more? Even without Unburden, this thing is a freaking monster. There's a reason why so many people hold this thing in disdain. Or love it, depending on which side of battlefield you're on.
Well, now we see the third Pokemon for Ducky is going to be the Incineroar, and for Firefalls, it is going to be that Primarina. So Primarina coming out with that Hyper Voice boosted by the Liquid Voice and turning itself into a Water-type move. Suddenly you have a move that's super effective into this Incineroar. Meanwhile, the Raichu, it's still the fastest Pokemon on the field. It can go for those Zap Cannons into Sneasler without fear of redirection.
It most definitely can. Raichu is very difficult to play around right now in this game. Delphox could come in and Mega Evolve, but Raichu's still faster. Those Zap Cannons are going to paralyze every single time. So Raichu has all the speed control in the world. If Ducky can't knock this thing out soon, it's just gonna steamroll everything.
I think you're right on that one, Highland. Now, it's also important to note that with Primarina it has the super effective advantage into both Delphox and Incineroar, but the Raichu does have that Focus Blast, and we've seen how much damage Focus Blast can do into an Incineroar. Now, I am curious with the fact that this Incineroar is a careful nature, how much this damage will do to Incineroar, as Delphox, though, is going to Mega Evolve. Mega Delphox coming out, the only Pokemon on the field right now that could be faster than Raichu, but we are going to see Delphox protect itself. As Raichu, though, it went Zap Cannon into Incineroar, bringing it right down to half of its max HP, and that allows Primarina to go for the Hyper Voice. This is super effective. Will it pick up the knockout? It does!
It is now Sneasler and Delphox against Raichu, Primarina, and an unknown fourth Mon.
See Sneasler come back out onto the field. Now, this is where it's going to be very important for the positioning. Sneasler does have Fake Out on tap for this Primarina and Raichu. I wonder if we do see something like a Nasty Plot from the Delphox getting itself powered up to do even more damage into a Pokemon like Primarina and Raichu with moves like Psychic. But no, it's just going to be the Zap Cannon going into the Delphox, paralyzing Delphox.
Raichu is proving why Zap Cannon is a very fair and balanced move on a Mode Guard Pokemon. As we see point blank, a Primarina is just dead, as Sneasler does hit incredibly hard. Delphox getting full parried there is very unfortunate.
A full para, absolutely brutal, as the fourth and final Pokemon for Fire Falls is revealed to be that Kamao, and it's got that spread clanging scales and is sure to be faster than the Delphox now due to the paralysis, Highland. That Zap Cannon doing incredible work for Fire Falls, and another Zap Cannon for boot into Sneasler. Sneasler lived on 2%.
It does live, but Como outspeeds both. Clanging Scales knocks out Sneasler. Delphox is alive and hanging on by a thread. This might be game.
Side shot coming out from the Delphox into the Kamao. Super effective, and with Kamao's weakened physical defense, that is a one-hit knockout. But it's just a Raichu versus a Mega Delphox, and the Raichu can't miss its attack.
Not only can it not miss, it guaranteed outspeeds, which means that this game one does go to Firefall.
Congratulations, Firefall's winning that game one. A very close matchup in that game. It really came down to the last turn there, but that full paralysis, Highland, absolutely massive for Firefalls to pull out the victory there, because I wonder what that Delphox was trying to go for against the Raichu. Was it a Psyshock, or was it maybe a spread Heat Wave?
If I'm in Ducky's shoes, then Psyshock makes more sense on Raichu, as Mega Raichu Y, incredibly frail on the physical side of things. One Psyshock likely would have been enough to kill it.
I think you're right there. That Psyshock probably would have been enough to get the knockout in a Raichu, make it a 2v1 with the Mega Delphox and the Sneasler. That would have been faster than that Kamao in the back, because Kamao couldn't get a Clanger's soul off in that game one.
We're going to see game two here. We're going to see any changes in lead. We could potentially see Mega Blastoise here, but as long as Raichu's a possibility, you have to make sure that you get that thing set up before Raichu can Mega Evolve.
Honestly, in a matchup like this, Highland, I actually wonder if we will see the Mousehold come out in this game to get in that Population Bomb into Pokemon like Incineroar and Blastoise. Could do massive damage with the Technician plus the Wide Lens, and with Population Bomb, you will guarantee knock or break the Focus Sash on that Sneasler, so Sneasler can't survive a multi-strike attack.
You are correct.
Well, let's get
into
it,
what
guys.
happens.
Will Firefalls win this game 2 and move on to the Draco Cup bracket, or will Ducky force a game 3? We're going to see Ducky lead with the Delphox and the Sneasler, but on Fire Falls' side, it is the Kama-O and the Raichu. So once again, Fake Out potentially on par for this game number 2. But really, the question is, where do you Fake Out?
That is the correct question to be asking. Ideally, if you're Raichu, you Mega Evolve Fake Out Sneasler to prevent Sneasler from faking you out. However, this does also give Delphox the opportunity to Mega Evolve and Psyshock on either the Raichu or Komao, neither one of which wants to take it.
So let's see if the Raichu wants to Mega Evolve on this turn, get the speed advantage over the Mega Delphox, as we did see in that game 1. But Kama-O is going to switch out for the Incineroar, and that is going to lower the attack power of the Sneasler by 1 stage, as Raichu is going to Mega Evolve into Mega Raichu Y. Get that no guard ability up and active early, but will Delphox follow suit? Yes, it is Mega Delphox.
Delphox Mega Evolves. Do we see Psyshock on Raichu? He's just going for the quick guard.
Trying to avoid Fake Out on this turn, but Raichu calls it. Goes for the Zap Cannon into the Sneasler. Guaranteed paralysis, so Sneasler is in a bit of a bind now. As Delphox goes for the Heat Wave into the Raichu. How much damage is it going to do? Big damage, a critical hit. Not very effective on Incineroar. Do we see a burn on Raichu? We do not.
That critical hit might have actually just given Ducky the advantage he needs, as now this Raichu is exactly 1 hit away from death.
I mean, it's definitely close to being knocked out on this turn, but I am curious to see if the Sneasler switches out for something like the Sinistcha, trying to call a Fake Out into that slot, and Delphox might try to go for a Protect to avoid any damage on this turn, or even getting paralyzed from the Mega Raichu Y.
That is correct. Both sides have a lot of options at their disposal right now.
Both sides do have a lot of options, but Delphox actually going first on the Raichu. So it looks like Delphox was winning the speed tie with the Raichu. It was very close, but let's see. Incineroar gets to go for Flare Blitz. That paralysis helping out Incineroar immensely as Sneasler is knocked out.
Very interesting turn of events. Komao most likely comes back in here. No, Primarina!
The Primarina comes out, as does the Incineroar on Ducky's side to get that Intimidate off and also put Fake Out online for Ducky against Fire Falls. But the real question will be, where does Ducky target with that Fake Out? Does he go, do they go into the Incineroar on Fire Falls' side, which does have access to Throat Chop, or do they go into the Primarina, who has Hyper Voice, which is super effective into both these Pokemon right now? The Fake Out is going to come out, and it's going to go into the Primarina, which allows Delphox to set up a nasty plot.
Ducky is getting greedy. Instant going for that throat shot. That's a massive amount of damage.
Massive amount of damage there. Primarina flinches and can't move. Now, this is where it's going to be a very interesting turn, because we did see Primarina was the slowest Pokemon. That makes me wonder if Primarina is the slowest Pokemon of the Incineroars as well. And if it is, that might allow Delphox to get off a Protect and maybe switching something like Sinistcha after a parting shot on Incineroar. So we're going to see Incineroar switch out here and reveal the 4th Pokemon is the Sinistcha. That is going to give Delphox a little bit of hospitality recovery in this game number 2, as Delphox goes for the +2 Shy Shock into the Primarina. That's just a knockout. Delphox survives the Throat Chop thanks to that Intimidate from the Incineroar, and now this Incineroar on Fire Falls' side, forced to be a -1 attack against 2 Pokemon that it is super effective against. And with that Incineroar potentially in the back, you could go for another, you could go for something like a Protect and maybe even bring Incineroar out here to get that fake out pressure back online. But no, it's going to be a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha here as Delphox going for the Side Shock +1, super effective. One hit knockout into the combo.
Good lord. This is now Incin in a very precarious position. Flare Blitz is not enough to knock out Sinistcha. And frankly, there is not a whole lot Incineroar can do against the rest of this team comp. Ducky has probably taken game 2, which means that we are going to a game 3.
Looks like game 3 is going to be on tap. Here's that Rage Powder from the Sinistcha yet again. Delphox going to go for the Heat Wave. Single target now into this Incineroar. And Incineroar survives it on 1%. But there comes the Flare Blitz into the Sinistcha. Sinistcha will be knocked out. But that recoil, it's going to attack Incineroar. That critical hit absolutely mattering into the Sinistcha. The recoil damage knocking out Incineroar. Highland, we're going to game 3.
We are indeed going to game 3, Talon. Very nice comeback from Ducky.
That was a great comeback from Ducky in that game number 2, making sure that Delphox got set up early and often, just so that way it could set up that damage. And we saw how much it was doing. I think you're correct there, Highland, when you called it out. That Heat Wave critical hit might have mattered more than we thought with it getting that critical hit in the Raichu, bringing it right into the red immediately.
It was certainly a fortunate happenstance, but will Ducky be able to rely on luck? Or is he going to have to switch his game plan up here for game 3? Let's find out.
I'm curious about what's going to happen in this game 3. Are we going to see the Blastoise come out for Ducky? Or are we going to see the Maushold come out for Firefalls? This game, it's going to come down to it. And whoever wins this, Firefalls must win this game 3 if they want to make the Draco Cup bracket. And if Ducky wins, that might mean every player in Pool 2 moves on to the bracket, which would be amazing, Highland.
That would be a very interesting turn. There's only so many spots available for the pool. Getting all of them filled by Pool 2 would frankly just be funny at this point.
Oh, we are seeing the Sneasler and Blastoise as a lead for Ducky. So we do see the Blastoise come in this game 3. Now the real question is going to be, Highland, do we see the fake out come from the Raichu, or do we see a quick guard call and a Zap Cannon?
That is the correct question, because Ducky has to play this very carefully. If he Mega Evolves and Shell Smashes with Blastoise right now, he will die to Zap Cannon every single time. He has to pick the right opportunity to Mega Evolve and to set up. Finding that window is going to be a challenge. Frankly, I'm not even sure when the right time to do it is.
Let's see, the Raichu IY is going to activate yet again for Firefalls in
Actually,
this game 3.
criteria to move on is 2 wins, not top 2 for that is that reason.
There is the Blastoisanite activating as well for Mega Blastoise. Let's see if the call was made from both our trainers. It's going to be a fake out into the Raichu. What a turn! As the Incineroar goes fake out into the Sneasler.
Did you Shell Smash? No, you went straight for the water spout.
Super effective.
Everything's dead. Everything is gone.
Double KO. Are you kidding me?
What a turn. Dare I say Ducky has already won.
We're going to find out because the Primarina has come in as well as the Kamo.
Didn't even need to set up a Shell Smash. That was just a raw water spout. More than enough damage.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this end game works. Can Firefalls find a way to come out as Blastoise is going to protect itself on this turn, and Primarina is going to follow suit with a protect. Where did this Sneasler target? It's a poison jab, but it goes into the Primarina as Kamao goes for the Clangorous Soul, powering itself up by one stage of all of its stats at the cost of 33% of its HP, but those leftovers are gonna help it recover.
We now have an Omni-boosted pseudo-legendary and a big-ass threatening turtle. And frankly, I'm not sure which one is more terrifying anymore.
Not sure either, but at the same time with Kamo, again, that +1, it will be taking these attacks much more cleaner. And also the Sneasler, its Focus Sash is broken, so if a Clanging Scales comes out, this Sneasler probably will get knocked out, especially if Kamo was faster than the Sneasler.
It is indeed. Don't forget, Blastoise can still click that Shell Smash button in the right situation. It no longer has to worry about Zap Cannon from Mega Raichu Y.
Gonna see the Clanging Scales come out. Sneasler survives the attack, though, as it gets to go for the Poison Jab. Super effective into the Primarina. Primarina survives this attack, but let's see after the Citrus Berry recovery, where does the Blastoise target? It's a Mega Launcher boosted Dark Pulse into Primarina. Is there a flinch on the Dark Pulse? There is!
Oh my god. That mattered so much.
This might have just gotten even more interesting right now, Highland, because this Kamo now has that Clanging Scales once again. It is potentially on tap to knock out the Sneasler, and if it gets a good range, I think it could knock out this Blastoise as well. Blastoise is in a very interesting position as long as the Sinistcha doesn't come out here.
It most certainly is, but even more so, that Dark Pulse flinch was the difference between Sneasler being alive this turn or not. The fact that it's still here means that Firefall has more playing around to do than initially expected.
And there it is. There's the Sinistcha coming back out, giving the Blastoise a little bit of hospitality recovery. But here's that Clanging Scales. Brings Blastoise into the red and brings Sinistcha immediately below half HP. Here's that Dark Pulse once again. Primarina survives the attack. And it gets to attack. The Moonblast comes out into the Sinistcha. Does it do enough? It does!
Sinistcha's down, but Sneasler can very easily come back in here and finish the job on Primarina.
It's true, Primarina is susceptible to the Sneasler right now, and it might also be susceptible to something like that Incineroar if it's the fourth and final Pokemon. But here comes that Sneasler once again. It does have Fake Out on tap, and this Blastoise, it's only a 15%. Dark Pulse is its best move right now.
That is correct. We've got a very interesting turn of events here. Ducky went from having a very commanding lead of this game into potentially losing it all to the hands of Kamao.
We're going to see the Fake Out go into the Kamao here. Kamao flinches and can't move. One final Dark Pulse from this Mega Launcher Blastoise. Picks up the knockout into Primarina. It is Kamao versus the world. Can this Kamao pull it out?
It might just be able to. This Kamao is Omni-boosted and is prepared to just destroy everything with Clanking Sails, which is spread move, borderline unavoidable damage, goes through any form of substitute or screens or anything else like that. Protects the only thing that saves you.
Let's see, Kamao going for Aura Sphere, trying to call a switch into something like Incineroar or King Gambit, but it knocks out the Sneasler here. This is a very intense endgame as Kamao gets more leftovers recovery. What is that fourth Pokemon?
Well, we're about to find out whether Ducky wants to reveal it or not. It's Incineroar.
So the attack drop coming out into this Kamo, not really effective because Kamo is that special attacker. But now this is where Blastoise, it really wanted a Shell Smash potential, or even just having its HP above 50%, so Water Spout could do big damage. Fake Out going into Kamo, who protects itself. And
The Shell Smash!
Hold on a minute here, ladies and gentlemen. Blastoise has just gotten that Shell Smash off. That means Blastoise will be faster than Kamo on this turn. This is going to be massive, Highland. Do we see the Blastoise go for a +2 Mega Launcher boosted Dark Pulse? You got to get a flinch, I think, if you're the Blastoise. Give your Incineroar a chance to get an attack off here.
You need to rely on the flinch at this point. That is the win con now.
Let's see what happens on this turn. This Kamo, it had that Omni Boost. It got the knockout into the Sneasler. It helped Prinarina get that knockout into Sinistcha. It's brought this Blastoise low. Incineroar at full HP does have the ability to go for an attack. Here's that Dark Pulse with the +2. Brings Kamo into the yellow. Let's see. No, Kamo breaks through, gets the Aura Sphere. Super effective, but Incineroar survives.
Incineroar lives, and it's going to get health back from that Citrus Berry as well. Goes for the Flare Blitz. Kamo is barely alive. Do we get a burn? We do! There's a burnt Kamo!
Oh my goodness, a burn! So now the leftovers are negated.
This is a very, very interesting situation. Blastoise outspeeds and can kill Kamo with the Dark Pulse before Kamo can go for Clinging Skills here. This might just be Ducky's game.
That was an absolutely incredible performance by the Kamo. It tried, it fought its absolute hardest. The Mega Blastoise. Here comes the Incineroar, lending a nice helping hand into the Mega Blastoise with this +2 helping hand. Mega Launcher boosted Dark Pulse. Kamo is down for the count. The scales have been fallen, and Ducky wins this set 2-1.
What a game.
Oh my goodness, what a finish there.
What a game.
And now I believe we got confirmation on the back end for this, Highland. So with that win, Firefalls finishes with 1 win, Ducky finishes with 1 win, and usernames finishes with 1 win. I believe according to the rules of the Draco Cup, that is going to be only Mobstachu advancing in Pool 2.
That is correct. You needed at least 2 wins to make it.
Well, congratulations to our trainers in Pool 2. What a performance. What amazing battles throughout. And we're getting close to that bracket stage, Highland. I am excited to see all these trainers fight to call themselves the Draco Cup champion in a couple of weeks.
That is something that I am very much looking forward to. All right. I'm going to quick take a slight break to go get some caffeine in me while we wait for our next match, and then I will pull up the next replay. So I will be right back. Have a good night, Silver. Oh, all right. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get the next replay queued up here. Which is going to be Niem versus Selvaria in Pool 12. Now, Niem is 1-0 going into this game, and Selvaria is 2-0 going into this game. So Selvaria has already made it to pools, or rather to the next round. But this is the difference between whether or not Niem can make it in. Let's see what happens in this game. We've got a Mega Staraptor / Mega Venusaur team here versus a Mega Gardevoir team. That's the first one of those we've seen all day. Very interesting. I'm gonna quick pull up the team comps for this, actually. So you're gonna see a Mega Gardevoir team here. Pixelit, Hypervoice, Psychic, Thunderbolt. Oh, makes sense here. We, of course, have that Gale Wings, Tailwind, Talonflame, which works wonders here. A lot of mons here to build around it. You ate your stomach. What? This is also apparently the only Mega Gardevoir in the entire tour, which is even more impressive. This entire team is built around supporting it as well, which makes a lot of sense. You have that standard adaptability Scarf Basket Legion set as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have a Mega Staraptor / Mega Venusaur team. 2 different cores here. The entire team more or less plays well around both of them. Also the first Rotom I've seen the entire tour. As well as the first Houndstone, actually. Very nice sand core here as well with T-Tar, Excitral, Houndstone. Let's see what happens here. I'm currently enduring a Cherry Lime Bright Zero Sugar, not by choice. We didn't have any Diet Coke. So this is my source of caffeine for tonight. We're gonna lead Rotom Venusaur, and you're bringing T-Tar in the back, okay? And you're bringing Staraptor. Could actually work very well against this team if you can get Gardevoir out of here. We're going to see Talonflame Lycanroc lead against Rotom Venusaur. Very solid here. So turn 1, Talonflame can set up a free Tailwind right now if it wanted to. But if it does that, it's opening itself up to quite literally any of Rotom's moves, which are all going to do a huge amount of damage to it. Lycanroc probably switches out here. If I had to guess, you are going to Mega Evolve protect your Venusaur, or not. What are you choosing to do here? You're just going to normal protect your Venusaur. You are. Talonflame goes for the dual wing beat, tried to just get rid of Venusaur right then and there. Lycanroc goes for the Rock Slide. Do we get a flinch on Rotom? We do! No Volt Switch pivoting for you. This changes things. You choose to T-Bolt Talonflame right then and there, and you're going to opt to switch Venusaur out into T-Tar. You're going to see Sand get kicked up as a result of this, so regardless of whether or not the Talonflame even takes damage, Sandstorm Chip is going to invalidate Gale Wings. Lycanroc goes for close combat, knocking out T-Tar. Oh, you hate your stomach. Stomachache, okay. I heard I ate my stomach first time. Talonflame is going to perish to this T-Bolt. In turn, both sides just sort of trading Mon for a Mon in that situation. The Staraptor is going to come out. And now the question is, what happens to Gardevoir? Did you bring it? Sending out Kamao. Staraptor is going to get the Intimidate off on both Mons here, which is actually very important. We're just going to see Mega Evolved Staraptor. You going for Tailwind? You are. It is a very solid play here, as Tailwind does not care about Contrary. When it goes for the Protect here, as Lycanroc goes for the Rock Slide, this is going to do a not insignificant amount of damage to Staraptor. But not a whole lot to make a huge difference. Staraptor is very bulky, surprisingly, when it's in Mega. Tailwind, almost going for the Clanging Scales as well. That's going to do quite a bit of damage. Especially since it's Life Orb boosted. Now, what will you choose to do? Lycanroc opts to protect here, as does Kommo. Gonna check both sides here. So Staraptor does not get to close combat and start setting up. Gonna take more residual Sandstorm Chip as a result of this. Got 2 turns left on Sandstorm. Also have 2 turns left on Tailwind. Staraptor goes for Protect. Lycanroc's trying to just chip this thing down with a combination of a Cell Rock and Sandstorm Chip. Rotom's going for Hydro Pump on Lycanroc. Brings it down to 1 because of that Focus Sash. Oh, goes for Clanging Scales yet again. That's going to knock out Rotom. Venusaur comes back in. Are we going to see their power? No, you're sludge bombing. Okay. Well, I mean, you want the doggy on. Staraptor's gonna protect, try to keep itself. Doesn't get the double protect though. Means the Cell Rock is going to take it out. Venusaur goes for the Sludge Bomb here to finish off Lycanroc. Sandstorm's gonna subside. Tailwind's gone. This does mean that Como is now faster than Venusaur, though. Basculegion is going to enter the field here. This is a tricky situation. It's a 1v2. Venusaur probably goes down here. Last Respects is definitely more than enough damage here. So that game one does go to freaking game one of this does go to Silvaria. Game two. You gonna change anything up here? Interesting leads here. Talonflame Como. What are you going to choose to do here? I'm going to opt for Protect here. Talonflame goes for Tailwind. Staraptor responds with its own Tailwind. Makes a lot of sense here. Evening things out, though. T-Bolt is going to knock out Talonflame. Let's see Staraptor go for the close combat here, bringing Lycanroc down to its sash. It is going to get set up as well here because of this. Rock Slide from Lycanroc, getting a crit too on Staraptor. Almost going for that Clinging Scales. T-Bolt from Rotom is going to be able to knock that out. Finish the job, so to speak. Staraptor is going to, unfortunately, go down now. As is Rotom. Houndstone does have its own last respects to build off of here, especially with that Sand Rush. That is enough to knock out Basculegion. Homo barely living. Going for that Ice Scales. Game 2 goes to Niem. This is going to Game 3. Leading Staraptor Rotom again. You're not. You're going with Guitar. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to lead with the Sand Core this time. We're going to see the instant Mega Evolution from Gardevoir here. Leo, thank you for the resub. For 19 months, good lord. See the critical hit on Excadrill too. Excadrill goes for the Sand Rush Iron Head. That is going to knock out Gardevoir. Is this correct, Leo? You have no excuse. You have no excuse. You can't move over to the YouTube chat and pretend why Ricky didn't just call you out. Go play FF14. Go do it. Excadrill goes for the Protect here on the Rock Slide. Almost going for Clanging Scales. I believe you can. I think... I don't know about the mouse. I know Switch does support USB keyboard. And I think you could just use Joy-Con mouse controls. Venusaur is going to Mega Evolve. You going for Earth Power on the Lycanroc. Wish Gardevoir and Smeg had a bit more speed. If it had any more speed, it'd be broken. Ezreal goes for the Iron Head here, bringing Lycanroc down to its sash. Almost going for Clanging Scales yet again. Hitting very hard. North Power for Venusaur is going to finish off Lycanroc. This is now a combo against the world. That is it for the replay. Means I'm gonna stall for a little bit before we get our next game set up. So let's look over our finished pools. See how they went. So here, let's see, pool 2. Uh Mobster Chew, 3 wins, has made it to the next round of pools. Very, very impressive there. Going into pool 4, Resh and Brody, aka Broomba, both made it to next pool. Pool 6, Lug and Standard both made it to next pool. Pool 8, Dial Titan Hyperlink both made it in. Pool 11, Ultimate and Pendant both made it in. Pool 13, Spegs made it in with 3. And and Silver made it in with 2. Pool 14, Genesis and Sigu both made it in. Genesis with 3 wins as well. Lots of Zard Y teams making it in. Not sure what that says about Zard Y. But, I mean, it shows up. Shows up a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zard Y. Zard Y? Zard Y. Like, not sure what more you want me to say there. Zard Y. All these Zard Ys, not a single Zard X. Alright. Just some slight corrections on some things. While we get things going, and we're more or less going to get things back on track after this, because we can just rapid fire go into the next 2 games, and then that'll be it for the week, more or less. I'm sorry we did not have a whole lot of time to go over replays this time around, but you guys got a lot more live games than normal because of that. So, we're not a lot more live games, but like, you know what I mean. We went through a decent amount of replays this time around. If yours did not show up, I'm sorry. But hope you enjoyed the ones that did show up.
Oh, perfect. I just finished. Good time.
Nicely done.
Yeah, very, very tough matchup there. Very tough matchup, but managed to pull out the 2-0 win. It definitely was aided by a crit, I will tell you that, but hey, we take this.
All right. Well, while I wait for the room league and everything, it's time for my favorite game of being returned to the title screen because the date has changed.
Okay, so this matchup coming up is Jesus versus who?
This is Burrit versus Hala.
Bird versus Cal. All right. Okay, so at first glance, when looking at the teams, I'm going to look at Kala's first. So we do have that Mega Frost Slash, which is a really great Pokemon with access to that Snow Warning, giving it a guaranteed ability to go for Aurora Veil or those Blizzards. Just spread ice with a potential chance to freeze a Pokemon. Absolutely massive. Then you partner it with a Sneasler that has that Fake Out, which allows you to maybe get an Aurora Veil up. A King Gambit with Kowtow, Cleave, Sucker Punch, and Iron Head with that Choppleberry trying to survive a potential fighting type move from a Sneasler. Choice Scarf Basculegion with Wave Crash, Last Respects, Flip Turn, and Aqua Jet. But I think the one that really surprises me is that Cleavor, because it has Faint.
It does, and I am very surprised about that. because you don't normally see Feint. That's not a move that normally gets brought. It's going to be very interesting to see how that gets used. I will, of course, be rooting for it simply because that's a Whimsicott. But aside from that, I don't have trauma. You have trauma. I will be curious to see Eternal Floette here. We've not seen a Mega Floette all day today, so
It's actually big that we haven't seen Mega Floyd, but I want to bring that up. Funnily enough, that you mentioned it, Highland. I don't know if you saw this information that came out, but they released the usage stats for Pokemon right now in Regulation MB, and Floette came in at number 33. So if this was a 32 player top cut, Floette would have bubbled out.
that is very surprising. I mean, there's a lot more in Champions now to deal with Floette versus what there was at launch. You now have stuff like Metagross, which was not there before, which Floette does not have a good time against. There's a lot more steel types running around. A lot of people have adapted to it. Yeah, Mawile as well. Just was a very good and hard counter to Floette. There's not much Floette can do against it.
That is true. Now, I will say Floette does have the ability to go for, and this might be a little bit of a singles player in me from our days on the competitive singles battlefield, but Floette actually does get a move that can affect Mawile a little bit.
That is
And by
correct.
And by a little bit, I mean it's chilling water.
True. However, that will only get you so far.
This is also very true.
This is chilling water is the difference between dying into one Iron Head versus dying to two. You are still dying. It
Most likely.
It is a very interesting matchup here. Both sides running slightly different Sneasler sets as well. You see Cal is running a Adamant Unburdened set versus for its Poison Touch Quick Guard set we saw earlier. So very different game plans there. I'm very surprised and curious about the Cleavor. We have not seen Cleavor like ever. So
that is true. Cleavor doesn't really have the best kind of matchups right now in Regulation MB. Now it does have a great matchup into everybody's favorite Mega Evolution right now in that Mega Charizard Y. But really, when you get outside of that, it's not the greatest against most of the rest of the meta, especially Basque Legion, because Basque Legion has Aqua Jet, which is a faster priority, and it's immune to Feint.
that is correct. Now, in terms of this matchup against Burret, Cleavor's biggest worry is probably Incineroar and Delphox. Delphox is sort of a toss-up. It can live a Heat Wave, and as long as it doesn't get burnt, Stone Axe should do enough damage at thresholds to kill it. Incin's the bigger problem. But we're gonna have to see how they play around it now as we get into this game.
I'm definitely excited for this because as it stands right now in this pool, Fur Jesus has 2 matches left in pool number 9 of the Draco Cup, Highland. They only need to win 1 in order to move on to the bracket.
That is correct. We're gonna see right now. What happens as we get into this. Second to last live match of the night. We're going to finish it off strong with everyone's fan favorite, Atrix, who is also the one who made all of these wonderful graphics for us behind the scenes. So, shoutouts to Atrix.
Yes, definitely shoutouts to him. His graphics have been absolutely incredible. If you guys are ever looking for good graphics, I would recommend him 9 times out of 10. Because the one time I wouldn't recommend him is the time that you would recommend him, Highland.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd be recommending him more than just 1 time out of 10, but yes. Dude is talented.
Yes, uber talented. But now we're getting into this matchup, and again, I am very curious as to how this Floette is going to affect this matchup, especially with the fact that on Kalarsa's side, it is Dire Claw on the Sneasler, and this Floette is Modest Nature. Now, some Floettes do have some HP and bulk investment to live a Dire Claw from a Sneasler, but if there's a little bit of chip damage, it gets more tough for the Floette to survive.
That is true. Conversely, Gabby has a very interesting game plan here. I don't think that Mega Floette actually comes here. There's too much that can stop it. But this team is not reliant on Mega Floette at all. And if anything, not having to bring it might be an advantage. Basculegion can very easily overwhelm this Delphox team.
You make a valid point there. The Delphox could put in a lot of work, but at the same time, as long as there's a King Gambit and a Basculegion on the other side, Delphox has to be protected immensely. But let's get into this game number 1. We're going to see the Incineroar and Delphox be sent out for Delpho, and on the side of Kalarsi, it is the Basculegion and the Sneasler, and the White Herb immediately activated, so Sneasler is the fastest Pokemon on the field.
This is a very interesting situation, because now Sneasler is no longer intimidated, and can just go for a free close combat against Incineroar right now. The more optimal approach and safer option would just be to click Fake Out on something, but there is a chance it just goes for close combat right now and tries to get rid of this Incineroar.
That is true. With the close combat being neutral damage, there is a high probability that this Incineroar could be staring down a one-hit knockout from the Sneasler, but at the same time, I wonder how Basculegion is going to attack, as we are going to see the Delphox side activate for Delpho. Mega Delphox riding her broomstick, Mega Evolving with that Levitate. And Delphox is going to protect on this turn. Do we see the close combat? No, we see a
we can see a Fake Out.
It goes into Incineroar, but Wave Crash was on tap into the Delphox.
Well, Incineroar is going to flinch here. This is now a very precarious situation. Delphox and Incineroar are not overly fond of this fish. Neither one of them particularly wants to stay in. We're going to see that happen right now as Jules is switching Delphox out for Sinistra, who has a much better matchup against Basculegion, if only because this Basculegion is scarfed and cannot click Last Respects into Sinistra.
But that's a one-hit knockout into the Incineroar with a critical hit. The Sneasler knocks out Incineroar in this game number 1. And Kalarsi getting an early advantage, but here's that Wave Crash once again into the Sinistra.
That was a absolutely massive crit. Instant would have likely lived a close combat without it. This Basculegion is now locked into Wave Crash. If it wants to go for a Ghost type move, it's going to have to switch out. Now, Delphox being in means that Basculegion has a very clear target, though Delphox will likely be going for Protect this turn. So we'll see if Gabby tries to do anything different to play around that. Sneasler also has a very clear target in Sinistra right now. It's a very easy target for Dire Claw to hit. Question is, will Gabby go the obvious route, or will they switch out into something different?
I think you're right on that, but we are going to see the Sinistra go for that Rage Powder, Highland. That's going to redirect this Basculegion once again, and Sneasler goes for the Dire Claw. That brings Sinistra under 50%, but here comes the Wave Crash into the Sinistra. It brings it low, but let's see what Delphox goes for here after Basculegion's recoil damage. It's just a heat wave, and it brings Sneasler low. Big damage.
And the burn!
Oh, that burn is huge for Delphox because it potentially allows Sinistcha to survive another Dire Claw.
That is exactly right, Talon. That burn might have actually just saved Sinistcha's life.
Oh my goodness, that is a huge momentum swing. The 10% of a burn chance from that Mega Delphox, and I thought it was probably going to go for something like a nasty plot right there. That just shows that Delpho is really putting on the jets right now, trying to make sure that damage comes out as Delphox is going to protect on this turn. Does Sinistcha follow soon? No, it was a Dire Claw into the opposing Delphox and a wave crash as well. Does Sinistcha get to go for the Mancha Gotcha?
It does!
It hits both targets, and it will knock out Sneasler. Big damage into Basculegion.
Sinistcha gets a huge amount of its health back. Basculegion is alive by a thread. Sinistcha should be able to live a wave crash from this range, but if it gets doubled by whatever comes in here, it might be good as Gone skill. Especially since that thing is a King Gambit. One Kowtow Cleave is enough to bring Sinistcha down.
That is true. One Kowtow Cleave should be enough in principle, but at the same time, Delphox is the faster Pokemon. I wonder how King Gambit is going to fare against this Delphox. That Heat Wave, super effective and might get the knockout. But we're going to see the Cleavor come out. And Sinistcha is going to go for the Rage Powder. That's going to redirect any move from this Cleavor. But we're going to see the Heat Wave come out. King Gambit survives this attack.
Cleavor gets burnt!
Back-to-back burns!
We are going to see King Gambit go for that Kowtow Cleave as expected. It is going to knock out Sinistcha. Cleavor getting burnt here is absolutely massive. That means that Delphox potentially lives a Stone Axe quite easily, actually.
The fourth and final Pokemon for Delpho is going to be the Sneasler with that Focus Sash fully intact and Fake Out on tap.
The burns are truly coming in handy for Delphox here. It probably would not be around right now without them.
I think you're right there, but at the same time, we have to keep in mind that Delphox, it's loving its trainer to hit those heat waves into the targets it wants to, and King Gambit going to protect itself on this turn. What is Cleavor going to do?
Sneasler's going for Quick Guard.
Okay, we see the Quick Guard.
Cleavor goes for Feint, predicting a Protect.
That's big because that actually breaks the Focus Sash as Delphox goes for the Heat Wave into this King Gambit, and Delphox protecting itself from any damage on this turn with the Heat Wave, knocking out the Cleavor. It is Basculegion and King Gambit. This is such a close and tense endgame. What is going to happen?
This is incredibly tense. Basculegion is scarfed, which means that it should be able to knock out Delphox with Adaptability Wave Crash right now, but it will knock itself out in the process. Which means that this is just King Gambit against Sneasler, and Sneasler has a very distinct advantage.
That is true. Sneasler does have the advantage right now with the King Gambit.
Yes, Feint does break Quick Guard. Quick Guard counts as protection, and therefore Feint breaks it.
King Gambit gets a double protect there, gets the double. And Basculegion going for last respects with a Choice Scarf. This is going to knock out Sneasler.
Delphox goes for the Heat Wave. King Gambit protects. It is going to connect with Basculegion, though, knocks it out. And Delphox does outspeed King Gambit.
This is where the end game is going to come into play. Sucker Punch will do big damage. Kowtow Cleave will do big damage. Does the Delphox go for the damage, or does it go for a setup move here?
This is what it comes down to, because we now have Sucker Punch mind games here. Delphox is going for Protect this first turn. King Gambit did indeed click Sucker Punch. It's only going to take one of these. to get rid of Delphox. This needs to be played very carefully.
Delphox gets a double protect, so there's another Sucker Punch coming out. That's 2 Sucker Punch power points used on back-to-back turns, Highland. This is such a tense endgame right now. All Delphox has to do is survive one attack and knock out the King Gambit, or King Gambit has to avoid a Heat Wave and knock out this Delphox.
This is very tense. If Furret gets a single one of these guesses wrong, it's over. And we see that he did!
And there it is! That's the one-hit knockout! The Sucker Punch Mind Games rear their heads in game number 1, and they give Furret the game 1 victory.
I just noticed that the title was Whimsicott Admirer, and now I'm somehow okay with this.
That was Kala who won game 1.
That was Kala who won game 1. You know what? I'm okay with this. I just saw that one of them had the Whimsicott Admirer title. And, I don't have trauma. You have no proof. Anyway. Game 2. I don't actually have trauma. I mean, I play this up for the reactions. Anyway. We're going to see if either side brings anything different here. Will we see the Floette this time?
Well, we're about to find out here as we're going to get set for game number 2 between Kala and Furret. Again, Furret needs to win this set to clinch a spot in the Draco Cup bracket, but we're going to get into it with King Gambit and Sneasler versus Sneasler and Basculegion.
Now, both Sneaslers are very different sets here. One is the Focus Sash support Sneasler that we've seen a couple times. The other is the more standard White Herb Unburdened set. So, it does mean that should both sides click Fake Out, the Unburdened Sneasler does, or rather the support Sneasler does have the advantage here, as the support Sneasler is a jolly nature versus the Unburdened Sneasler's adamant.
We're going to see Basculegion switch out here for Cleavor. The Cleavor coming out on this turn as Sneasler goes for the Fake Out into its counterpart Sneasler. A critical hit on the first turn as well. Feels a little personal, but that allows King Gambit to power up its sword with a dance.
You have any Mon Traumats combo? Hush, Frosty. Hush. Cleavor is going for the feint. Yet again, trying to deny any sort of potential protection here. King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch strat.
And it almost knocks out Sneasler there. But the Dire Claw going into the Cleavor. Is there a status condition from this Dire Claw? There is not. This allows close combat to come out into the King Gambit. Extremely effective. That is a knockout on the King Gambit. And the White Herb is going to activate on the Sneasler now.
Not only that, this means that Unburdened is now active, which means that Gabby Sneasler now outspeeds Furrets.
It is correct, and also now we're going to see the third Pokemon be revealed as that Sinistcha. So if the Cleavor tries to go for Stone X right now, it'll guarantee those Stealth Rocks on the side of Delpho in this game number 2, and that could actually help out if the Pokemon in the back is either Delphox or Incineroar. We still don't know that fourth Pokemon right now, Highland.
We don't. It could be anything. And frankly, there's a few things here that would be terrifying. The question now is, how does Sinistcha affect things here? We are going to see a Protect coming out from Furret Sneasler here.
We're going to see the close combat come out. That's going to knock out the Cleavor on Kalarsi's side. And Sinistcha is going for the Machagacha, but because Sneasler protects itself, no damage. And that actually would have been a single target move instead of a spread move. That might have picked up the knockout into Sneasler there, Highland.
It very well could have. We now see Kala going into her own King Gambit. This has a very distinct advantage against Sinistcha, but there is still Furret Sneasler. However, as we established, it is a more support set Sneasler. It doesn't really have any way to hit King Gambit.
Under normal circumstances, you would be right, but this Sneasler does have access to that close combat. The question is now, will that Choppleberry that is being held by Kala's King Gambit allow it to survive the hit? And we are going to see the fourth and final Pokemon for Delpho revealed as the Delphox, but King Gambit is going to protect itself from any damage on this turn. As Sneasler goes for the Dire Claw into their opposing Sneasler, breaks the Focus Sash, but no status condition and a close combat into the King Gambit, who protects itself.
Very interesting plays. Now, as you said, this King Gambit does hold a Choppleberry, which means it should be able to live one close combat from full, especially since this is Jolly Sneasler it's up against and not Adamant. That being said, there is an entire Delphox over there with Heat Wave, and a combination of close combat plus Heat Wave will do enough to knock this King Gambit out, which would explain this switch back into Basculegion.
We're going to see the Delphox Eye come out for Delpho once again in this game number 2. Mega Delphox out on the field, not even risking it with that King Gambit on the field. Here's the Dire Claw into the opposing Sneasler, and it survives on 1%! The clutch survival! Here's the Heat Wave coming out into the Delphox. The Sneasler is knocked out. Do we see a third burn in this game?
We're about to see no burn. Basculegion, of course, is a good switching against that close combat as predicted, but now King Gambit does have to come back out, whether it wants to or not. A combination of close combat plus Heat Wave is enough to knock King Gambit out from here, even with the Choppleberry, which means that Basculegion is going to have to pull out something very, very hard-hitting here.
That is true, and it's also important to note that this Sneasler still has access to that Quick Guard, and that would allow Delphox to potentially get a Heat Wave off into this King Gambit, get big, super effective damage, might even have a shot at getting the one-hit knockout here, and if that's the case, it's Basculegion against 3 Pokemon on Delpho's side, but the Sucker Punch is going to go into the Sneasler and knock it out. There was no Quick Guard coming out on Delpho's side, and that allows Last Respects with a Choice Guard to go into this Delphox, a one-hit knockout.
Which means that Kala has won the set.
Congratulations to Kala with 3 wins, running the table in Pool 9. They are moving to the Draco Cup bracket.
Congratulations to both participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I've kept you waiting long enough. So I'm going to keep you waiting a little bit longer, because first we have to go over the teams that you were about to see. Because
if I'm not mistaken on this one, Highland, one of the trainers in this matchup, we did just, I believe they have an artist degree, do they not?
They do, and they are certainly a very creative individual. Atrix has a very long and storied career in VGC. Definitely the type of person that innovates, does not normally bring meta, will create the meta himself. I have seen Atrix play in VGC. He is a very, very good player. He is not to be underestimated. We see here, if I pan it over, Atrix is running a Garchomp and Zard Y team. He has 2 different cores here. He's got the standard Rock Slide Aerodactyl support. He is running Life Orb Sylveon, running the Hyper Beam Pixelate Life Orb set that we saw being popularized a little bit towards the end of Regulation MA. He's also running Pastioberry Incineroar here. And also Twisted Spoon Twin Beam Farigiraf. This is the second time we've seen Twin Beam today. Farigiraf doesn't normally run it.
That is true, but in this setup for Farigiraf, Twin Beam works so much better because of all the focus sashes running around, and it guarantees that you will knock out a Sneasler without having to worry about potential close combats or dire claws.
Atrix, thank you for the follow. And yes, as Atrix just said in my chat, there is nothing standard about manual sand. Like, in case it wasn't obvious here, that is Sandstorm Aerodactyl. This is manual sand. There is no T-Tar in sight here. There is no Sandstream in sight here. This is a very interesting team. Yes, this is the exact same team he ran on Indy, aside from the different Sylveon set, but it's still a very interesting team.
You are right on this one, and I am very happy to see that Atrix is running back a variation of his Indianapolis Regional Championships team, which he placed in the top 8 with. And honestly, I still don't know what was the more shocking event. The fact that Atrix, who is as great of a player as you could possibly expect, getting top 8 with Mega Garchomp, because I will be completely honest, I didn't anticipate seeing Mega Garchomp in the top 8 of the first regional. I don't know what was more shocking, seeing the Garchomp or seeing a Steelix almost win.
Honestly, both were very impressive, especially seeing Megachomp at all. It is not a Mega we have seen often. It saw a little bit of usage in Regulation MA, but then almost immediately, like after Season 1, it dropped off. People started going towards other options. I will be very curious to see Mega Garchomp come in here. It's very clear that the plan here is to click Sandstorm, then Mega Evolve for Sandforce on Mega Chomp. And if he could pull this off correctly, that is a lot of damage and pressure coming from Atrix.
You are right on that one, Highland. And I am very curious about this, since we are on the topic of Garchomp, while we are getting our trainers connected to get them set up for this best of 3 match. Do you think that Atrix will run Mega Garchomp Z when it's legal in Pokemon Champions? And 2, what do you think Mega Garchomp Z's ability is going to be?
Well, for starters, if he doesn't, I absolutely will. Because that thing is a monster. As for its ability, I have actually put a little bit of thought into this. There is the obvious answer of it might get Levitate. Atrix in the chat has confirmed Chompsy's shiny is black and red. You know I'm in there. So there's your answer on that front. But
well, here's the question though, since because of his location, if it was blue and orange, would he have ran it because of a certain team that must bear down on its competition?
But no, absolutely, I will be running that when it goes live. Base 151 speed is insane. Dub Bears. But
and we got to get that in there for our discount double check.
Unfortunately, it did lose access to Nasty Plot, but frankly, I feel like if it kept it, it would have just been beyond broken. The mono dragon typing, everybody likes to pick on it and go, that's bad for it. Now, honestly, I do think that it's better long term. The fact that it loses the ground typing does mean it is no longer quad weak to ice. It can now stay in on some ice types versus before where it just would never want to. And on top of that, it does have coverage to deal with ice types. Remember, we are talking about a mod that has access to Flamethrower. This is a potential, like, icebreaker, potentially, if in the right hands. Yes, it does lose its ground stab. And yes, that is a factor. However, it's still going to be doing more than enough damage. As far as the ability is concerned, the obvious answer is that, looking at its design, it probably gets Levitate. Now, Levitate would be good, being able to ignore entry hazards, that sort of thing, always appreciated. However, what I would like for them to give it, and I'm not sure whether or not they will, but it would be very cool if they gave it ground type Steelworker. Therefore, effectively, it still keeps its ground type stab without having to be a ground type anymore.
That actually is something that I have not considered, but that sounds like a really good adaptation to Garchomp losing its its ground type and just having a way to keep its ability to go for those ground type moves without any drawback. And honestly, I mean, Garchomp going to that base 151 speed, it's just so much fun that the Z Megas are 1 point faster in their base speed than Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Not only that, all the Z Megas collectively are tied as the 4th fastest Pokemon in existence. What about ground type Steely Spirit? That would also be very fun. I'm not sure if they do it, but it would be fun.
I would be curious about that. I feel like I mean, who knows? They might even give it something crazy, like watch them give it Aerolade because it's flying.
If I don't cheer for NN1, he might evict me. That is true. NN1 is PK's roommate, so he's sort of contractually obligated. Now, speaking of NN1, let's take a look at his team real quick. He is running that Mega Delphox Eternal Floette core that we saw earlier. It is a slightly different team comp, though. We do see the support Sneasler again, the Poison Touch Focus Sash variety set. However, no Quick Guard here. Instead, it is just Poison Jab, CC Fake Out. Also worth noting here is the inclusion of a Palafin. This is the first Palafin we've seen all night.
That is true. I haven't seen Palafin in a long time. I remember back when Scarlet and Violet first came out, everybody was on the Palafin hype train. And I will be completely honest, I was one of them because when I saw what its ability did and how big of an attack jump it got, that was absolutely incredible. And then you see it win the Orlando Regional Championships, piloted by, guess who? Wolf Glick.
I will say this every single time. This is also, according to PK, the only Palafin in the tour. Also worth noting, according to PK, both people here are already 2-0. They are playing for a potential bye. Now, the thing about Palafin, and I will say this every single time that it gets brought up or gets brought, because I cannot stress this enough in terms of whatever the hell Game Freak was thinking. 1T less BST than a dang slacking! And the only caveat is it has to switch out once. What were we thinking, Game Freak? What were we on? Did you just want to watch the world drown?
Well, think of it this way. This Pokemon would be perfect for Archie if it was in Generation 3.
If Archie had this thing, he wouldn't even need Kyogre. This is all he needs.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, he could have had Kyogre and the Palafin.
He's truly unstoppable. But seriously though, this thing is a monster. It has a higher BST than most legendaries. And the only caveat is that you have to switch it out once and then bring it back in. And even then, the only other caveat is that it only has base 100 speed, which is still very good, but also it has Jet Punch, which is just a stronger Aqua Jet. So, this thing's a monster. Of course it's a monster, that's why it's called Pocket Monsters. Leo, I'm gonna slap you later. Anyway.
Oh, Leo, you are a card gamer.
We have done enough glazing of both sides here. Let's not stall for any longer. Let's go to the game.
And I am so hyped for this matchup here. What a finale for week 2 of the Draco Cup. And if this is how week 2 is going to end, Highland, I can't wait for the bracket when it gets revealed. I can't wait to see those matches.
I most certainly cannot wait. Both participants here are already guaranteed for bracket. This is just determining who gets a bye week potentially. This is the match that everyone has been waiting for. And frankly, I can see why. We're gonna see how this turns out. I am beyond excited.
I am also beyond excited right now because we get to feature two of the best trainers in the Draco Cup. And again, like you said, the winner gets a bye in this matchup. Will it be MJ or will it be not number one?
We're about to find out because let's go straight into the game. Let's see who gets brought here. Now, if I'm Atrix, I think I lean more towards Sand here. There is not a lot that NN1 can do against Sand Force Mega Chomp without relying on Floette. Now, the question is that what Atrix going to go? Because he could also just go the Zard Y route. That does a lot of pressure here. Solar Beam as well is very appreciative against Palafin if that decides to show up. There's a lot of potential, but I'm not even going to try to predict what's going on in either one of these people's heads. It's a lost cause. They are beyond my understanding. We're just along for the ride.
Well, let's get into it. Game one. Not number one is leading with that Floette and Palafin. And on the side of MJ, it's Charizard and Incineroar.
We see here, Palafin lead is a very smart option. Now, we do know this Palafin is not running Flip Turn, which means this will need to be a hard switch if he chooses to do so. The question is, what does he switch into in this situation? If he brought Sneasler, now would probably be the time to bring it out. There is not much else that necessarily wants to come in against Atrix's team.
That is true. This Incineroar does have the potential to fake out either the Palafin or the Floette, but also Charizard Mega Evolves, that Heat Wave on tap with that harsh sunlight, that's going to do big damage to anything switching in that isn't Incineroar or Delphox. But we are going to see Palafin switch out here, and in comes the Incineroar.
That Intimidate is going to lessen the damage from Atrix's own Incineroar, but Zard Y does not care. We are going to go straight for that Mega Evolution. Sunlight's going to intensify. Floette Mega Evolves in response.
We get the power of the Eternal Flower and that Fairy Aura on tap early in this game number one. But this Incineroar, oh, we actually just see the Calm Mind, no fake out on the turn.
Very greedy play from not number one, but we'll see if it worked out in his favor. Zard Y's going for that sun-boosted Weather Ball. Still does a huge amount of damage to Mega Floette, even at +1 special defense. Parting Shot on the opponent's Incineroar as well, in order to go back. Therefore, not number one's Incineroar is now -1 attack. What is Atrix going into here? Is going into Garchomp.
Garchomp making an appearance in this game one, but this is where it gets very intriguing for MJ. That Garchomp is now staring down a Mega Floette, and looking at the team sheets once again, Pilot, I'm looking at this Mega Floette. This is a bold Mega Floette. It actually might be slower than MJ's Garchomp.
If that's the case, then Garchomp's in a very interesting position here. This is not normally a mon that you would see brought in against Mega Floette. So I'm curious to see as to what Atrix's plan is here. We are going to see a Protect from Zard Y. Very safe option here. Same for Garchomp. Atrix is just trying to see what number one's planning to do.
We're going to see the Draining Kiss come out into the Garchomp, who protects itself. So again, no damage on this turn. But Incineroar now staring down this Garchomp with a super effective Earthquake that actually is not negated by the attack drop on Garchomp because Incineroar hasn't been able to intimidate it.
Most certainly has not. Atrix is gonna hard switch out Garchomp, go into Aerodactyl.
You get the Unnerve coming out, but here's that Draining Kiss at +1 with the Fairy Aura. Aerodactyl takes huge damage, but Floette brought back to full HP as the Heat Wave comes out, and that's a huge critical hit into the Mega Floette.
Completely invalidating that Draining Kiss and then some. Incineroar's gonna go for that parting shot. Very smart play. Zard Y is now at -1 special attack. That isn't enough to save Floette, though. Not at least currently. Palafin is going to come in now. Now, Palafin's out in harsh sunlight. This Zard Y does have Solar Beam, but it is also at -1 special attack. It might not be enough to knock Palafin out.
Hey, you might be right here. This Palafin, it does have that Wave Crash again with that 0 to hero, but here's the Jet Punch coming out into the Aerodactyl, picks up the knockout, so Aerodactyl cannot reset the weather with sand or get up that Tailwind. A big play for not number 1, but here's that Draining Kiss into the Charizard. Not very effective, but it might bring Floette just to half HP.
Zard's going for that Sun Boosted Weather Ball yet again, blocking in some massive damage against Floette. If it was not at -1 special attack, Floette would be gone right now.
We're gonna see the Incineroar come back out onto the field, activate that Intimidate ability into this Palafin. And what's also important to note here, Highland, this is the last turn of Harsh Sunlight.
It is indeed. If Atrix wants to keep his momentum, he's gonna have to switch Zard out for Garchomp here. But that is ill-advised, as Floette is fishing for Draining Kisses.
We're going to see Charizard switch itself out for the Garchomp here. So Garchomp coming out, but the Draining Kiss goes into Incineroar. Over half to the Incineroar. Floette back up over half. And we're going to see the Wave Crash, though. It's going into the Garchomp switching in with that Sun. Garchomp takes it really well, and Palafin taking a lot of recoil there from the Wave Crash and from the Rough Skin. And Parting Shot all going into the Garchomp here.
Interesting play from Atrix. Parting Shotting his own Garchomp in order to bring back out Zard Y.
And with the Harsh Sunlight expired, this Charizard is staring down a Palafin with that Jet Punch or Wave Crash, and Charizard cannot go for Solar Beam right now.
That is correct. I'm not sure what Atrix is planning.
Well, a plan is a Jet Punch into the Charizard. Charizard does survive it thanks to the Intimidate drop, but this Draining Kiss coming out in a Garchomp picks up the knockout, and it's just this Charizard and Incineroar versus a Floette with that Calm Mind boost up, and a Palafin and an Incineroar. We haven't even seen the 4th Pokemon.
Zard goes for the Heat Wave here. Alvin's going to slowly try to get some health back from those leftovers. Atrix is going to bow out from this game 1. It goes to number 1.
That was an incredible game there for not number 1, winning that match without losing a single Pokemon. And that is coming with a critical hit on the Heat Wave as well, Highland. That critical hit nearly put Floette out of commission in game 1. And if Floette would have went down, it might have put not number 1 in a very precarious position to come back.
Indeed, it very well might have. Going into game 2 here, I'm going to be curious to see what wants to get swapped out on either side. We did not see Farigiraf last game, and that could help out quite a bit here. Conversely, if Atrix chooses to hard commit to that Garchomp in the right situation, he can take this. The key here is going to be preventing Floette from setting up, because as we just saw, it just takes a single Calm Mind for this thing to start wreaking havoc.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And I am also curious if we do see the Sand Mode come out from MJ in this game number 2, as we do know that Garchomp does have its Mega Stone, and you saw it on the team sheet, Highland. You called it out. That manual sand from the Aerodactyl That would be really massive for Garchomp if it gets the Tailwind up and the Sandstorm and just gets to go for those Earthquakes with the Sand Force ability.
In the right hands, this team can be very devastating, and Aatrix is a very, very talented pilot. The question is, can he turn this around? If anyone can, it's him.
Well, that just shows how good our trainers are, but we're about to get set for game number 2 between Knot number 1 and MJ. Let's get into it. Incineroar and Floette coming out for Knot number 1, and on the side of Matrix, it is Aerodactyl, but a switch up, we have a Sylveon sighting.
Now, this is the Sylveon set we started to see get a little bit more popular towards the end of MA. It is the Life Orb Hyper Beam set. The only real difference is that it is running a Life Orb, where it normally prefers Fairy Feather. But this set was very popularized and can do a lot of damage.
Will do even more damage now because this Floette has Mega Evolved on Knot number 1's side. That Fairy Aura, it doesn't just boost the Floette's Fairy Pokemon moves, it actually benefits the Sylveon, as we're going to see the Rock Slide come out from the Aerodactyl. It does have that Intimidate drop. Do we see a flinch potentially into this Mega Floette?
We
do!
No,
we do! Oh my goodness!
That is absolutely massive. You've potentially denied this Floette a setup opportunity that it very much needs in order to actually get things done here. And as you just said, Fairy Aura is a double-edged sword here. It does boost Floette's damage output, but it does also boost Sylveon. With Fairy Aura active, these Hyper Voices are going to hit incredibly hard.
We're going to see the Rock Slide come out. Floette will protect itself on this turn. It does go into the Incineroar, super effective, and that'll allow Incineroar to fall under half HP and get, we're just going to see the Hyper Voice coming out on Knot number 1's side. And I forgot the Unnerve ability was still active. That's where the Citrus Berry didn't proc there, Highland.
Hyper Voice is a hell of a drug, and Aatrix has very much decided to turn Knot number 1's own strategy against him here. It'll be curious to see where we go from here. Aerodactyl's in a very prime position to just continuously spam Rock Slide. And Sylveon doesn't have much to be afraid of here anymore, aside from the Poison Jab on Sneasler.
That is true, but we are going to see Sneasler go for the Fake Out into the Aerodactyl, and the Poison Touch activates as well. So Aerodactyl put on a timer thanks to Sneasler's ability. And let's see, Floette goes for the Draining Kiss into Aerodactyl, bringing it into the yellow, but Floette back up to full as Sylveon goes for the Hyper Beam! Fairy Aura with the Pixelate, with the Life Orb. Does this do it? Oh my goodness, a one-hit knockout! The Mega Floette is down!
That was an incredibly powerful Hyper Beam from Aatrix. Now, this Sylveon is going to be forced to recharge the following turn, but frankly, that was more than worth it, I would say.
I agree, and it's also important to note that the Palafin is the 4th and final Pokemon for Knot number 1, but because it came out now, it cannot switch out and activate its Zero to Hero ability. We have baby Palafin on the field, Highland.
That is correct, Talon. This might honestly just be game already. Sylveon is going to take a Poison Jab here, and it is going to go down. However, Aatrix still has 2 more Pokemon in the back.
That is true. And Palafin, though, goes for the bulk up. Okay, so Palafin getting back that Intimidate drop, but also getting a little bit stronger on its defensive side, especially with that Aerodactyl and Incineroar out on the field. But what is that 4th Pokemon for MJ in this game number 2? Is it the Garchomp or is it the Charizard?
Either one seems to work well here, and we see it is the Charizard.
The answer is Charizard, and now you have to make a decision because the Palafin and the Charizard, right now I believe they are the same base speed stat, but when Charizard Mega Evolves, it'll be faster than Palafin.
That is correct, and this Sneasler is not unburdened as we have established, which means that This is going to be interesting. We do see the sun active here. One solar beam is all it's going to take to knock this Palafin out. And not number one knows it, which is why he's going for that protect.
And the fake out actually went into the Palafin here. So let's see what the Sneasler goes for the poison jab into the Charizard. Brings it with good damage, but no poison touch and no poison jab poison. But the Palafin protects himself from this heat wave, and Sneasler is almost brought down to its focus sash.
No burn either. However, this Sneasler is now one hit away from being off the field. And this Palafin will go down if it gets hit by even a single solar beam. Atrix is in a very, very strong position here.
That is true. Atrix in a very strong position against this Palafin, and Sneasler getting good damage into the Sneasler, but still threatening that Palafin with that super effective solar beam. And with that Aerodactyl still in the back, that does help out in the event Incineroar wants to switch out and reactivate, Intimidate, and fake out pressure on Atrix's side of the field.
That is correct. Sneasler's going for that close combat here. Incineroar takes it.
The Sneasler's defense and special defense will drop by a stage, but another poison touch coming out on the Sneasler as Charizard going for the heat wave into the Palafin and into the Sneasler. Sneasler will be knocked out. Do we get a burn on the heat wave? We do not, but we get a wave crash into the Incineroar in the sun with the Passion Berry. Doesn't Incineroar survive this attack? No, it does not.
While Incineroar might not have survived, Palafin is not looking good. Sun is still active for 3 turns, which means Palafin needs to get incredibly lucky and get a lot of protects off in a row in order to not go down to a solar beam from Zard Y. One attack is all it takes for this game to be over.
That is true, but at the same time, this Aerodactyl, we saw that it took big damage earlier in this game to Highland, and it has to come out. We're in a 2v1 situation, and if Aerodactyl can, if the poison damage can do enough to knock out Aerodactyl, this Palafin might be able to 1v1 the Charizard.
Very well could, but now number one is going to have to get very lucky here. He has 3 turns of Sun he has to get through before he even can consider going for a wave crash against Charizard.
That is true, and we're going to see how number one is going to attempt to stall out these harsh sunlight turns from Atrix Charizard. Here is that first protect. So Aerodactyl and Charizard, no damage on this turn, but a Tailwind getting set up. That is a big turn, as the Solar Beam does come out from the Charizard on this first turn, and Palafin protects itself. Let's see how much poison damage this Aerodactyl will take, as Palafin getting a little bit of leftovers recovery. And Aerodactyl, there might be a chance it survives the poison.
You very well could be. And regardless, Aerodactyl does have 1 turn to try to go for some chip damage here. Not that it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but every single move does count.
That is true. Every move does count in this best of 3 game number 2. Not number 1, staring down 2 Pokemon that Palafin is super effective against if the harsh sunlight was not activated. Palafin tries to go for the protect, but it will fail the second protect. The single target rock slide coming out from Aerodactyl, bringing Palafin to the yellow, and here comes that solar beam from the Mega Charizard Y in the sunlight into this Palafin. It is super effective, and it is time for game 3.
Atrix has successfully gotten revenge on the Floette Palafin combo that took him out of the running at Indy.
And he responds with his trainer screaming in triumphancy.
It all comes down to game 3. A potential bye week is at stake here. So the stakes are high. Not as high as they could be, but high.
It's only fitting, though, isn't it, Highland, that for this pool to end their setup between Atrix and not number one, this came down to a game 3.
And both sides almost immediately locked in their teams here. I'm going to be curious to see if there was any variation in team picks at all with how fast they were.
All right, we're going to get into game number 3. Palafin and Flowet is the lead for not number one, and Aerodactyl and Sylveon once again for MJ.
Now, as we saw last time, this is a very double-edged sword here. Not number one might actually consider not Mega Evolving immediately here, as all that's really going to do is just make Sylveon stronger.
Let's see Palafin switch out here to get that 0 to hero mode activated early and often, as Aerodactyl is going to go for the Tailwind on this turn. What is Sylveon going for? It's just a Hyper Voice, and because there's no Fairy Aura, that wasn't doing as much damage, but the Flowet gets a Calm Mind up early.
It does, and sure enough, it avoids Mega Evolving, because doing so will just make the Sylveon hit harder. And not number one is trying to avoid what happened last game. That being said, this Aerodactyl is in a very strong position. Rock Slide is good damage against Incineroar, even with that Intimidate drop.
Let's see, as we are now seeing the Mega Flowet come out on the battlefield in this game number 3 for not number one. That Fairy Aura is going to be activated for this Mega Flowet. And Incineroar, though, goes for the fake out into the Sylveon. And here comes the Rock Slide, which is super effective. Incineroar will not get its Citrus Berry thanks to Aerodactyl's Unnerve ability. And the Flowet breaks through the Draining Kiss into the regular Aerodactyl and brings it almost back to full HP on that Draining Kiss.
Draining Kiss is an incredibly strong move in Flowet's kit. Makes it very difficult to bring down. A lot of the time, you really have to just get it down in a single move.
Let's see the 4th Pokemon for not number one be that Sinistcha, as Flowet is brought back up to max HP, as Flowet will protect itself from any damage on this turn. As the Rock Slide from the Aerodactyl is going to come out. Will it hit this Sinistcha? Yes, it will. Doing good damage into Sinistcha with that critical hit. And the Hyper Beam was going into the Mega Flowet once again, but Flowet protects itself. No damage on this turn, and we're into the last turn of the Tailwind as well.
We are. Now, because Hyper Beam did not successfully go through, Sylveon is not locked into a recharge turn here. Atrix could potentially go for something else here.
It's true, you could go for that Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice once again, as we are going to see the Aerodactyl switch out for the Charizard. So Charizard coming back out onto the field as Sylveon detects, trying to avoid any damage on this turn. And Sinistcha gonna opt for a Rage Powder to redirect any attacks that are gonna come its way, but the Draining Kiss try to go into the Sylveon, no damage.
Tailwind has petered out on Atrix's side of the field. However, Charizard's in a very strong position here after Mega Evolving. One Weather Ball can knock out Sinistcha right now.
Alright, and let's see. We do know that Flowet has been set up, and the Sinistcha does have the Rage Powder active, but at the same time, Charizard with that Heat Wave would be doing incredible amounts of damage into the Sinistcha with either Heat Wave or Weather Ball. And let's see, here's that Mega Charizard Y once again for MJ. Game
That's
number
correct.
3, the Charizard out on the field.
This Flowet's not out of the woods yet either, as Heat Wave plus Hyper Beam is enough to bring it down, which explains not number one playing it safe here, going for that Protect.
Charizard gonna go for the Heat Wave here. Flowet protects itself, but it's going to hit into the Sinistcha. Super effective damage, and the Sinistcha has been knocked out.
Sure enough, Atrix went for the Heat Wave Hyper Beam play. He wants this Flowet gone, and I can't blame him. It is a threat.
That is true, and we also do know that Incineroar, I believe it still has its Citrus Berry intact, and because Aerodactyl is not on the field, its unnervability is still intact, so Incineroar can come back out and get that Citrus Berry recovery, but we are just going to see the Palafin come out immediately in the face of this Mega Charizard Y with Solar Beam.
That is correct. Now, Palafin does have Jet Punch, which can put in a significant amount of chip damage here. However, it isn't Sun. It's not going to be enough to bring Zard down. And one Solar Beam should still be enough to knock out Palafin, even in its hero form.
I think you're right there. This Charizard does have the potential to go for that Solar Beam. As long as that Harsh Sunlight is up, it won't have to worry about that charge turn either. This is where that Harsh Sunlight comes into play, but Charizard is going to switch out for Incineroar.
Very smart play from Atrix, going for that Intimidate attack drop on Palafin. Cause that Jet Punch to do even less damage, especially after that Pasho Berry. Incineroar shrugs that off.
Takes it like a champ as Floette is going to go for the Dazzling Gleam here. How much damage will this do? Wonderful amounts of damage, but in comes the Hyper Beam. Where is it targeting?
It targeted the Palafin! It's down!
One hit, knockout Palafin. The hero has fallen. You either live long enough to see yourself become a hero or die as a villain. I think that's how the line goes.
You either die as a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, but you get the idea.
Yeah, something like that. And there's Incineroar getting its Citrus Berry on tap, but now this Floette, we saw the Dazzling Gleam, and I believe Incineroar just switched in for MJ, so there is the potential for Fake Out on both sides of the field. I think it might come down to which Fake Out is faster here, Highland.
Not only that, Talon, but Atrix still has all 4 of his Mons left. He's in a very strong position right now.
Oh, that's right. And also, oh, there's the Fake Out into the Floette, so Floette takes no damage, and Incineroar going for the Fake Out into its own partner, Incineroar.
Now we see here Sylveon successfully managed to recharge, but now the question is, will it be able to go for another Hyper Beam here? Is it going to be able to avoid taking any damage long enough to get rid of this Floette? Presumably not. Number 1 might just go for Protect with Floette this turn just to make sure, but really this is a very tense situation.
That is correct here, Highland. I am very intent. I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to see in this game number 3. How will MJ adapt with his 2 Pokemon on the field currently in the red for their HP, and this Floette at +1 with the Calm Mind boost? We're going to see Incineroar switch out here for the Charizard once again.
Atrix choosing to protect with his own Sylveon just to make absolutely sure. Sure enough, now number 1 went for a Dazzling Gleam instead of Protect, choosing to play this very aggressively.
See, Incineroar went for the parting shot, but it goes into the Charizard, lowering the power of Charizard's attacks as long as it's on the field.
Well, that is a factor here. You do have to remember that Incineroar doesn't have anything to go into, which means Charizard really does not mind this much. He can just keep spamming Heat Wave for consistent damage.
That is true, but also this Floette, if the Floette goes for something like another Calm Mind, I wonder if it could survive that Pixelate boosted, Life Orb boosted, Fairy Aura boosted Hyper Beam from the Sylveon on this turn. And if Incineroar can maybe even be faster than the Sylveon and get the knockout with something like Flare Blades.
It's entirely possible. This is a very intense position. Atrix does also still have Aerodactyl in the back as well, and Rock Slides can slowly whittle down that Incineroar. We see him going for Quick Attack just for some guaranteed chip damage here against Floette.
Floette is going to go for the Dazzling Gleam once again. Good damage into the Charizard, but it also will knock out this Sylveon, so MJ has lost his first Pokemon of this Game 3 as Heat Wave comes out, and it's going to miss the Floette. And in comes the Darkest Lariat into this Mega Charizard. Why? Charizard survives the hit on very low HP there.
Very low HP. Sunlight is no longer active. If Aatrix wants it back, he's gonna have to switch this out. But can he afford to do it?
We're gonna see the Aerodactyl is now on the field. Both of MJ's Pokemon are at low HP. The Incineroar is low HP in its own right. And there's no more harsh sunlight for the Charizard.
This is gonna have to come down to relying on Flitches for Floette, Talon. There's not much else Aatrix can do to bring this flower down.
I mean, it's very difficult right now, but at the same time, that showcases the power of our trainers in this game. Number 3, Mega Floette, showcasing that boosted power with the Mega Evolution and Fairy Aura. I wonder, though, if we do see Charizard switch out to reset the harsh sunlight.
He very well could, but at such low health, Charizard is almost guaranteeing it takes damage on re-entry.
Charizard is going to protect itself on this turn as Aerodactyl just opting for Tailwind, guaranteeing that MJ's Pokemon will be the fastest for the remainder of this battle as the Mega Floette goes for the Draining Kiss, heals itself up, and knocks out the Aerodactyl.
It's now a true 2v2. Aatrix is going to be forced into his own Incineroar, which will intimidate not number 1's Incineroar.
And so let's see the Intimidate coming out from this Incineroar on MJ's side. Both of MJ's Pokemon are low HP. I think it might come down to where the Charizard and Incineroar target right now, because this Floette with that Calm Mind boost and Charizard, we have to remember it does have that parting shot on itself right now. So these Heat Waves aren't going to be doing as much damage as they normally would. We're going to see the Floette flinch from that fake out, but in comes that Darkest Lariat into the Mega Charizard. Why? Incineroar knocking out Charizard, and it is just Incineroar versus Floette and Incineroar.
This is not a good position for Aatrix, Talon.
Now let's see what happens here in this end game. 2 more turns left of Tailwind for MJ. Incineroar, Floette. Who is going to win this Pool 5 Game 3 in the best of 3 of the Draco Cup? I see the Flare Blitz come out from Incineroar into the Mega Floette. Mega Floette, though, will survive it, and the recoil damage brings Incineroar low, but one final Draining Kiss finishes off Incineroar. And with that, congratulations to Nod number 1, winning the set 2-1 and winning Pool 5 with a 3-0 record.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a match. That was a game, and was definitely a game worth ending on.
Definitely a game worth ending on. And I'm now seeing this on the back end, Highland, because again, that was going to be the end of the battles for tonight. And we might get a couple more leading up to the bracket reveal, but we have some information from our production staff regarding the bracket seating.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we are expecting 28 to 30 people in total to make bracket. We do have a number of people that are more or less guaranteed to be in our final 28 to 30 participants. In particular, ranks 1 through 7 are of incredible note as having a 3-0 win on each of them. You can see we've got Mobstachu in first seed with Luke following close behind in second. They're both actually tied. Same goes for Genesis and Kalarsi. All 4 of them are tied with a win-loss rate of 6-1. Resh is sitting just behind that in 5th seed with a 62, and then Spegs and not number 1 are sitting in tied at ranks at seed 6 and 7 respectively with a win-loss rate of 6-3. We do also see Grape trailing not far behind with a 5-2 win-loss rate, sharing that with Salvaria, Silver, and Obi. Following that, you've got Brody, Vanilla, Standard, and Atrix, all with a win-loss rate of 5-3. Daniel, Niem, and Warren Cookie are all at 4-1. Well, Daniel's at 4-0. Then you have Epics at 4-2, Hyperlink at 4-3, tied with Deltite and Pandari, and then Sigu, Ultimate, and Monchi all at 4-4. That's just seeds 1 through 25.
Yeah, I mean, that is some incredible battlers that have moved on to the Draco Cup top cut bracket. And just looking at it, I mean, I have to shout out once again, not number 1, with that incredible 3-game set we just saw to end tonight's stream of the Draco Cup pool, Highland. That was an incredible performance that not number 1 did. And we saw how Genesis played. We saw how Kalaris played. And the way that it's looking right now, if Daniel wins their set, because they still have to play, I believe it is I is ninth. So if Daniel wins that game or that set, they're going to be 6-0. They're going to be the only player to run the table in the pool.
That is correct, Talon. There's a lot at stake there, but we'll have to see what happens next time. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. It has been a pleasure streaming these pre-pool matches. We will see you next time once the pools have fully been decided and we have our 28 to 30 participants. We're nearing the actual matches at stake. Who is going to come out on top? Who is going to take it all? We will find out soon. See you guys next time.